Scare you. The house will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Pastor David Bullock, Luke 4:18 Fellowship from Mobile, Alabama.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, maker of heaven and earth, redeemer and generous provider, we are desperately dependent upon you for all things. Bestow your wisdom on this body and its members to know and do your will for our nation, to abandon unrighteous agendas, to hear and heed your voice, and to make decisions according to your holy word, so that we may practice kindness, develop unity, and walk humbly before you. Bring about unity in our nation through the power of the Holy Spirit. May we in reverence, through repentance of our sins, return to you. As the psalmist says, the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. A broken and contrite heart, O God, you will not despise. Father, open up heaven's windows to bless this nation as we humble ourselves before you. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
I would like to take just a moment and thank David Bullock, my pastor, my friend. I sometimes refer to him as a son. I've known David most all of his life. We grew up in church together. We have his beautiful family here in the gallery with us. I'm sure you probably can't see them there, but David has come a long ways from our old roots at Cottage Hill Baptist Church. When I say roots, we are roots. We're family. We all grew up under the ministry of Dr. Fred Wolf. I gave a speech on Brother Fred here a short time ago. But David is the next legacy. He's the next step in the vision of God for our church and for our nation. And it's men like David, it's men like David's wife Leslie and his children that make this country such a special place. We get on the floor and we argue issues down here while we have prayer warriors that are at home praying for us, all of us, not just for my side of the aisle, but for all sides of the aisle. So I just want to take just a moment and say thank you. Thank you to the Bullocks. Thank you to David for coming and speaking today, and may God bless this assembly. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, since President Biden took office, there have been 5.2 million illegal crossings of our southern border. Now, because of President Biden and his administration's failures to secure our southern border, our schools and children are suffering from the effects of rampant open borders. When taxpayer-funded facilities in New York were used to house illegal immigrants, President Biden was silent. Even when the mayor of New York City said, quote, "The president and the White House have failed this city," President Biden was silent. Well, House Republicans won't remain quiet. We denounce this wasteful abuse of our schools by passing House Resolution 461, which condemned the use of public schools and facilities to house illegal immigrants. We sent a clear and direct message to the American people and the President that this should never be allowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 50 years ago this week, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize cannabis. I was honored to be a part of that process. It's time for the federal government to catch up. We owe it to the generations of black Americans targeted by the failed war on drugs. We owe it to our veterans with their wounds seen and unseen. We owe it to thousands of workers and their employers who failed drug tests every day because they used state legal cannabis weeks before. We owe it to the large and growing cannabis industry whose employees are targets for violent robbery because we deny them bank accounts. We owe it to the American public who are not waiting for the federal government. We need that framework to tax and regulate cannabis. On the anniversary of Oregon's historic step to decriminalize cannabis, it's past time for the federal government to be a real partner and not a roadblock on the path forward.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses in this country have ranked the cost of health insurance as their #1 problem for 32 years straight. Democrat policies like Obamacare have led to skyrocketing health insurance costs and a broken individual health market. Obamacare costs taxpayers more than $1 trillion a year while covering less than 5% of the population. Small businesses are hardest hit by this as they often struggle to afford the absurdly expensive costs of health care. The health insurance market is overregulated and power is concentrated in just a few large insurers. This is not a free market. Medicare itself is going to be on the rocks in just a few years unless we change this tide. To ease the burden on small businesses, House Republicans will introduce and have introduced the Choice Act, which will enhance the flexibility and affordability of health care for small businesses. Small businesses are a cornerstone of our American economy and essential against corporate tyranny as we see happening these days. House Republicans will not let them be crushed to death by rising costs and these failed policies. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to highlight my bill, the Children's Act for Responsible Employment and Farm Safety, or CARE Act. This bill will protect children in the agricultural industry by creating the same child labor protections that children have in all other industries. Farm labor is the most dangerous occupation in our nation, and there are no child labor protections. As a result, 3 kids get injured a day, and every 3 days, a child dies from injuries sustained in the fields. Between 2001 and 2015, nearly half of all fatal injuries to young workers occurred in agriculture. As an emergency physician, the son of farm workers, and someone who grew up in an impoverished farm worker community with friends who left school to help financially support their families, I want to protect farm worker children across the country. My bill aims to stop the alarming rate of child farm labor injuries and deaths by raising the age of employment and limiting the number of working hours during school day for children, the same as all other industries. We must protect children. As a father, doctor, son of farm workers, I implore my colleagues to join this effort and co-sponsor the CARE Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the lady from Pennsylvania seek recognition? The lady's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs will have been the cruel law of the land for 1 year. In that short time, 14 states enacted near-total abortion bans, and others are trying to do the same. And wasn't that the goal? This is not about being pro-life or being for states' rights. The goal is a nationwide ban on abortion. The goal is control over women and girls. The goal is cruelty. Healthcare providers, medical experts, actually in the rooms with patients who know them by name, have said many times, and it bears repeating, abortion care is health care. Yet 1 in 3 women and over 1/5 of the American public is now living without abortion access. 68% of OBGYNs say the management of pregnancy-related medical emergencies is now worse, and 70% say Dobbs has widened the racial maternal health care gaps. Dobbs puts the physical and mental well-being of millions at risk. Judges and legislators are grossly unqualified to make personal medical decisions for millions of women. I have 3 daughters-in-law and 3 granddaughters. I will not rest until their full rights, until the rights of all women and girls in this country are restored. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 100th birthday of Mrs. Ruth Yarbrough of Dry Fork, Virginia. Miss Yarbrough was born on July 4, 1923 in Dry Fork, where she continues to be an active member of her Pittsylvania County community. She's the mother of 4 sons and has been blessed with an abundance of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. While raising her 4 sons, Miss Yarbrough accompanied her children to their school, Stony Mill Elementary School, so frequently that the principal offered her a job as a dietitian, and she held that position for over 30 years. Miss Yarbrough lives a vigorous life, still living independently and hosting many visitors in her home. She's steadfast in her faith in God and is currently serving as a deaconess at Guiltfield Baptist Church. We can all learn from the wisdom that Miss Yarbrough graciously shares, often stating that the secret to longevity is to love the Lord, be nice to others, and smile. I'm honored to represent such outstanding constituents like Miss Yarbrough. Please join me in celebrating Miss Yarbrough's birthday and the long-lasting legacy that she continues to hold. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
We recognize to speak on the floor for 1 minute and reserve the right to extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate LGBTQ Pride Month and stand with all members of the LGBTQ community. June celebrates the LGBTQ community and the Pride movement's progress. It also reminds us of our history. We have made progress in our efforts to further the LGBTQ movement and promote nationwide allyship, yet anti-trans legislation continues to be presented in legislative bodies across the country, and hate crimes targeting LGBTQ communities continue to rise. The LGBTQ community and its allies will not be silenced. The cities of Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. both hosted their annual Pride parades on June 11th and 9th, with thousands of participating in both, and it's a beautiful sight to see such a strong, growing support in our hometown of Los Angeles and right here in our nation's capital. Let's recommit to defend the rights and privileges of all LGBTQ people as they face a hate-filled wave of anti-equality legislation across our country. For all this and more, I stand with and celebrate LGBTQ Pride Month this June. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the lady from Illinois seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The lady's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for Tori Bowie. Tori was once called the fastest woman in the world. She dazzled before international crowds with her remarkable speed on the track. She brought home Olympic medals. She was a role model for young black girls who were just learning how to lace up their sneakers. Tori was just 32 years old when she was taken from us. She was 8 months pregnant. She passed away due to complications that include respiratory distress and eclampsia. Eclampsia is a rare and severe complication of preeclampsia. Multiple studies have shown that black women are disproportionately at risk for preeclampsia. Tori's story is unfortunately not unique. A black woman can be well-off, well-educated, and well-connected, and she is still more likely to die from pregnancy or childbirth complications. This is a crisis. Black mothers and babies are dying at intolerable rates. Every woman deserves the best quality of maternal care, no matter what they look like or where they come from. I urge my colleagues to honor Tori's memory by committing ourselves to ending the black maternal mortality crisis. Action is our only option. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill, H.R. 3564.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 524 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 3564. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3564, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to cancel recent changes made by the Federal Housing Finance Agency to the upfront loan level pricing adjustments charged by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac for guarantee of single-family mortgages and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in the first section of House Resolution 524 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 3654, the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act, undoes a bad policy implemented at the worst time. Americans are struggling to afford housing. I'm talking about the loan level price adjustments that the Federal Housing Finance Agency, FHFA, put into effect on May 1st of this year. This policy essentially implemented a cross-subsidy to individuals with lower down payments and lower credit scores. Loan level price adjustments are upfront fees which adjust the final interest rate charged on mortgage loans based on different risk characteristics associated with individual loans. The most notable characteristics would be the mortgage's underlying loan-to-value ratio and the buyer's credit score. While such fees may be necessary for Fannie and Freddie Mac, collectively known as the GSEs, to raise capital and adequately hedge against credit risk, the adjustments announced by FHFA would disproportionately hurt individuals with credit scores of 680 or greater. To put that in perspective, the average credit score is around 710, and nearly 19 out of 20 Americans have credit scores above 680. The other thing is credit scores alone aren't a proxy for wealth or income. Therefore, most Americans would likely be hurt by these fees. However, those with a credit score below 680 will benefit from lower rates than the prior LLPA assessment. This fee change violates the fundamental principle of risk-based pricing. Lower risk borrowers should pay lower prices and then higher risk borrowers for access to the same credit. For the FHFA's opaque approach to assessing LLPAs, the result of their new policies speak for themselves. The Middle Class Borrower Protection Act would reinstate the old LLPA prices that were in effect prior to May 1st, while also directing the Government Accounting Office to complete an independent study of the processes and data used by FFA to change the prices, including the impact of those changes on the safety and soundness of the GSEs, which I'll add have been in conservatorship under the federal government for 15 years. Then GAO would report to Congress within 1 year of the study. FHFA would be prohibited from changing the LLPAs until 90 days after the report, after which it would be required to, 1, follow the basic agency notice and comment period for making any new change to the LLPA fee, and 2, ensure that the future fee adjustments be made based on actual risk posed to the mortgage. FHFA would also be prohibited from imposing any new fee on borrowers based on their debt-to-income ratio, which was an idea they considered implementing effective August 1st. Finally, I will acknowledge that over the past weekend, the Congressional Budget Office scored this bill, and they assessed a cost of $1.8 billion for implementing this bill. I believe the fact that CBO says this bill costs a single penny is absurd and exposes a glaring flaw within our legislative process. Perhaps CBO has a rebuttal, but that would require them to show their work, which they have not. This is why I have long advocated for another bill of mine, the CBO Show Your Work. This past week exemplified just why we need transparent processes when legislating. The reality is these fees aren't even going directly to the Treasury. While the GSEs are in conservatorship, the money is supposed to go to the balance sheet of Freddie and Fannie so that they can accumulate capital. And as this rule was announced, the explicit purpose was to grow capital on the balance sheets of Fannie and Freddie. So these were taken over by the federal government in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis. They've remained in conservatorship of the federal government. And the revenue isn't coming in directly to the Treasury. It's meant to actually free the GSEs from control of the federal government. These revenues were not imposed by Congress, so there really isn't a need for us to replace the revenue that the administration imposed with a really misguided rule. So there was no revenue coming in on April 30th. On May 1st, they implement this policy change, and somehow we're supposed to come up with the revenue to offset it. Now, I argued against doing that. I asked the Rule Committee to ignore the advice, misguided advice of the Congressional Budget Office, and to not implement a pay-for. Because it's not we didn't cause this expense to occur, and frankly, it's not even a real expense. It's money that it's essentially a tax imposed by the administration. So, because of the rules, we offered a manager's amendment, which was ultimately incorporated in this bill. So we add 1 year to a 10 basis point fee that is assessed on every Fannie and Freddie loan, regardless of your credit. Just as a cover, that rule has been in place since a bill passed in 1992. It was set to expire in 2032. Now it will expire in 2033. I hope between now and then we can change that, and we can also liberate Fannie and Freddie from their ongoing conservatorship, which I will note has lasted longer than Britney Spears' conservatorship. And the only way that it would cost the federal government money is if the conservator is actually raking money out of it and funding their own operations, which is not what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to stay with Fannie and Freddie. So it shouldn't be costing the federal government a dime to implement the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act. Nevertheless, Fannie and Freddie will benefit from 1 extra year of money being collected under this manager's amendment that was adopted and incorporated in the bill. But let me return and focus on the bill at hand, the Middle Class Borrowers Protection Act. Let's think about this. A federal agency acting under its own purview and not subject to Administrative Procedures Act implemented a politically motivated cross-subsidy through a clear money grab on unsuspecting, credit-worthy borrowers. This wasn't a decision by Congress. This was simply the FHFA using its position as conservator of the GSEs to increase the government's baseline. Now Congress is trying to undo the changes, re-implement a policy that was in place just 8 weeks ago. However, Congress has, as I said, had to pay for this fake shortfall. Like we see time and again, only in Washington, D.C. would math like this make sense. It's imperative for this body to protect the cornerstone of American dream by promoting housing affordability, and H.R. 3654 does just that. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The lady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 3534, the MAGA Housing Scam Act, which follows the blueprint of the GOP tax scam by helping the wealthy at the expense of the middle class. Home ownership is a quintessential part of the American dream, and it is the single most important way that households today can build wealth. That is why expanding access to home ownership is one of the best ways that we can grow the middle class. Unfortunately, the dream of home ownership is becoming further out of the reach for a growing number of households due to a worsening storm of rising interest rates and home prices, fueled by an undersupply of new housing. In fact, house prices have skyrocketed by 40% since 2020, and first-time home ownership rates have plummeted to an all-time low. Moreover, housing costs are a primary driver of inflation, which is hurting every household in America. It is against this backdrop that Republicans are actually working to make home ownership more expensive for everyone, especially the middle class. The MAGA Housing Scam Act would affect two different types of fees that apply to mortgages backed by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which make up the vast majority of mortgages today. First, this bill would extend a guarantee fee of 10 basis points for another year, costing all future home buyers an additional $5 billion. Second, this bill would reverse recent changes to loan level price adjustments, better known as LLPAs, which are another type of fee on mortgages backed by Fannie and Freddie. The amount of this fee is risk-based, meaning that it varies depending on characteristics of the borrower and loan, such as income and down payment, whether the loan has a fixed or variable rate of interest, and whether the loan is a cash-out refinance. FHFA, which is the agency that regulates Fannie and Freddie, is responsible for determining the amount of the LLPAs and recently made changes to this fee to help middle-class borrowers. To illustrate a middle-class borrower, say with an excellent credit, who makes maybe a 5% down payment on a medium-price home, would have their LLPA reduced by nearly half under FHA's changes. This bill would reverse the recent changes made by FHFA, resulting in higher fees for middle-class borrowers. Again, the LLPAs are only one of two fees affected by this bill. Altogether, this bill would hit middle-class borrowers with a double whammy of both an extension of a 10 basis point guarantee fee and an increase in the LLPAs. During the debate in the Rules Committee on this bill, I pointed out how this bill hurts middle-class borrowers who have worked hard to build excellent credit but can't afford a 20% down payment. Republicans doubled down, insisting that those with lower down payments are riskier borrowers and deserve to pay more. What they fail to understand is that middle-class borrowers who can't afford a 20% down payment are already required to purchase private mortgage insurance, which can add hundreds of dollars to a borrower's monthly mortgage costs. Private mortgage insurance protects Fannie and Freddie from the risk associated with the lower down payment. Charging a higher LLPA for risks that are already covered by an insurance policy is simply unfair. During the Rules Committee debate, Republicans called FHFA's changes redistributive. Let's be clear. FHFA made changes to ensure that middle-class homebuyers are not unfairly charged more for risk than are already covered by private mortgage insurance. This is hardly redistribution. It's ensuring that middle-class borrowers have a fair shot at home ownership. Mr. Davidson's bill, on the other hand, would absolutely redistribute costs from the middle class to the wealthy. Let me break this down for the record. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office determined that this bill would cost $1.8 billion before the addition of the manager's amendment. That represents $1.8 billion in fees that otherwise would have primarily affected the wealthiest home buyers who could barely notice such a nominal fee increase in order to pay for this cost. Republicans added a 10 basis point guarantee fee that would increase cost for all home buyers to the tune of $5 billion. For all these reasons and more, I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 3564, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Lady from California reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman. The gentlelady points out things that just aren't so. The idea that a loan that has less equity in it isn't riskier than a loan with more equity in it is completely false. Every business school in the country will teach it, but most people don't need to go to business school to understand that a loan with a lot of equity in it is at much less risk of default. It's rational to price risk, and that's what the market should be doing. And frankly, people who are of low income and have high credit scores are punished by this foolish policy. This simply undoes it. The last thing I'll say is to address her comments. When right now there's money that's being taken away from consumers in the marketplace, $1.8 billion over the next 2 years. Once this bill passes, that stops getting taken away. The 10 basis point pay-for that's in this bill is still in effect right now. In fact, it's scheduled to go out in 2032. So in the near term, nothing changes in this bill. It's in 2033 that the pay-for comes in. And again, only with the false accounting at the Congressional Budget Office would that even be necessary. At this point, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, the chairman of the full committee, Mr. McHenry.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my colleague and the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing, Mr. Davidson, for his fine work here legislating and the great work that he's put in this Congress, the Housing Subcommittee. I rise in support of Mr. Davidson's bill, the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act. What I would say to my colleagues is it right to raise the cost of borrowing for families that have worked hard and saved up to buy a home in order to subsidize those who are less creditworthy? I don't think so. This bill would ensure that doesn't happen under this new Biden administration rule set. What we have before us today is a bill that would say to the 95% of Americans nationwide that have a credit score over 680, that you're going to pay more. And those that are less creditworthy, under 680, the 5% of Americans that are under 680 with the credit score, will pay less under this new Biden administration proposal. If we don't act with this bill, almost half of those borrowers will face an extra $1.8 billion in new fees over the next 2 years. That is a tax on more creditworthy people when they access a mortgage. I don't think that's proper. I don't think that's just. And those are middle-class borrowers in each of our districts, Republican and Democrat, independent, rural and urban, young and old. They're across the country. And what we're doing is trying to stand up for them. But for some reason, the Biden administration wants to put their finger on the scales and decide who gets to pay more and who gets to pay less. That is inherently unfair, whether that's in my district in western North Carolina or districts on the other side of the country. It will make housing less affordable, not more. It puts taxpayers at risk by threatening the safety and soundness of our housing finance system. And we have to change, we have a chance to change that today and do the right thing. If you want to protect middle-class borrowers in your district from a new tax, you will support this bill. If you want to take action to address housing affordability, you will support this bill. And if you want more Americans to achieve the dream of home ownership, you'll vote for this bill. So I want to thank my colleagues on the House Financial Services Committee on both sides of the aisle for the good work they put in this Congress. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Davidson, for his leadership here on this important housing issue that touches all of us across the country. And with that, I urge a yes vote and would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The lady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 3564, the so-called Middle Class Borrowers Protection Act of 2023. And the reason for my opposition is because this legislation does the exact opposite of what it purports. The reality is this: the Financial Services Committee held a subcommittee hearing on this legislation on May 17th, entitled "Undermining Housing Affordability with Politics." My uncle used to say, "I would really like to kill to win a Nobel Peace Prize." It's called irony. But that irony did not match the irony of the hearing on housing issues that had been hyper-politicized. In my remarks, I mentioned that stations like Fox News have been providing a narrative of FHFA changes that almost all the experts in the field and all that I have personally talked about too will tell you untrue. But the complexity of housing finance lends itself to a lack of understanding. Referring to FHFA pricing changes, which were largely required due to changes in GSE capital requirements and had not been addressed in many years, as a socialist scheme is simply wrong and is transparently political. The committee then marked up legislation in a partisan way, and what was most surprising to me was the number of industry groups who have expressed issues with the politicization of FHFA loan level price adjustment changes. The FHFA in this process has been willing to provide information to Congress, and much more information than would have been received by private entities before conservatorship. I was pleased when FHFA listened to the concerns of Congress and outside organizations in rescinding a debt-to-income-based loan level price adjustment that would have led to several problems. The bill we are debating today affirms that decision. But the bill we are debating today, and you look at what the CBO has said about the bill, is potentially expensive and not in the best interest of the American people. And given the politics of the issue, the American public should have no confidence that end results would be any less politicized. For example, requiring notice and comment about all of the pricing matters and the adjustments would reduce the GSE's ability to a quickly response to changing market conditions, thereby undermining safety and soundness objectives in times of market issues. This would require the agency to delay implementation of pricing changes for an extended period. There are several alternatives that could be required that would accomplish the annual guarantee fee report FHA already requires.
Gentleman's time's expired. Lady from California reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and the gentleman from Missouri is accurate. This does cost money. It costs people, the 19 out of 20 Americans with 680 or credit scores or better who would choose to get a Fannie or Freddie mortgage, it costs them money. It takes it out of their hard-earned dollars and transfers it to the GSEs. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice.
Lady from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say thank you to my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Davidson. When this news broke that the FHFA organization had passed a rule to change how this particular policy was put in place, I immediately went to him and I said, we need to fix this, and here we are. I am proud to stand in support of this legislation, which I am co-leading with Congressman Davidson. Under the rule from the Federal Housing Finance Agency, home buyers with good credit scores will be forced to pay more for their mortgages to subsidize loans to higher risk borrowers. And that is why the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act is so important. It will roll back this administration's senseless rule and stop the anti-capitalist agenda. Similar to the student loan scam, the president is once again trying to bypass Congress and centralize more power in the hands of the executive branch. Since President Biden took office, he has increased the role of the federal government in the lives of everyday Americans, and this is a perfect example. With sky-high mortgage rates, the last thing we need is to add more fees and burdens on hardworking Americans and certainly hardworking Oklahomans in my district. I stand in support of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The lady from Oklahoma yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The lady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The lady's recognized.
Before I delve into additional remarks, the question becomes, first of all, the Congressional Budget Office deemed this bill to cost $1.8 billion. Why then did Mr. Davidson, with his amendments, create more money than even the Congressional Budget Office said his bill would cost? He has raised it $5 billion more. Who pays for that? I don't care how you put it, whether it is paid for tomorrow, next month, next year, 10 years from now, who pays for that? The home buyers pay for that. And so that must be noted. The bill is increased by $5 billion by Mr. Davidson, even more than the Congressional Budget Office said the bill would cost at 1.8. Why would he do that? Why would he charge the home buyers more money than even the Congressional Budget Office said the bill would cost? Well, I'd like to explain further. Currently, middle-class borrowers who cannot make a 20% down payment or charge higher LLPAs must purchase private mortgage insurance. I'm going to say it again. If you are paying less than 20%, you have to get private mortgage insurance to cover the risks that may be posed to the enterprises. This is an unfair double charge on middle-class borrowers for the same risk. Don't forget, they have paid their GE fees. Everybody has to pay the GE fees to help write the undercost of the operation of FHFA. They pay those, and it's determined on each individual loan. It depends on the characteristics of that loan. And so you build in the question of risk in those fees, and then you pay private mortgage insurance, which means the middle-class borrowers are paying more than the wealthy borrowers. In fact, borrowers with PMI also have excellent credit, with median FICO scores of 754 as of December 2020, and are more likely to be the first-time home buyers. They also pose less loss severity to the enterprises than borrowers who have the means to make a down payment of 20% or more. FHFA's mortgage pricing changes that reduce this unfair double charge on borrowers with PMI is a critical step to making the dream of home ownership attainable for middle class in America. And so I oppose this bill, and I oppose my Republican colleague, who is part of the message going out from Fox News. I oppose this bill because, first of all, the $5 billion is an increase, which, you know, the Republicans are forever saying that they're trying to cut budgets. They don't want to increase the amount of taxes. But here he is increasing the amount that he claimed that he is charging homeowners when even the Congressional Budget Office says it costs 1.8, and now he's asking for $5 billion. Well, I don't quite understand that, and nobody else should understand that. It is not needed. And again, they keep talking about credit scores, credit scores. Well, these middle-class homeowners who could not afford to pay maybe 20% down have good credit scores, equal credit scores to the wealthy homeowners, home buyers. So I don't get it, why he keeps talking about these credit scores. I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady from California reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and frankly, I thank the ranking member for recognizing that low-income people do have high credit scores. That's why it's unjust to implement this rule and charge them a higher fee than maybe wealthy people who have low credit scores. So there are also an interesting observation. So my ranking member on the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mr. Cleaver, just pointed out that it would be dangerous to require FHFA to use the Administrative Procedures Act, i.e. to give notice and get comment before they implement policies that impose cost on the American public. But in last year or in 2020, in July of 2020, Ms. Waters and the majority at the time sent a letter to Director Calabria, at the time the director of FHFA, saying, quote, "Moreover, we urge you to use your powers under Title V of USC 551 through 559, the Administrative Procedures Act, to engage meaningfully with all stakeholders." So it seems they're not opposed to FHFA using the Administrative Procedures Act. In fact, they asked them to do it. So I wonder why selectively. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
Gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson, for sponsoring this bill and allowing me to talk. The Biden administration's mortgage rule is the most recent in a long line of upside-down, crazy, absolutely crazy policies by this administration. Recently, the Federal Housing Finance Agency increased loan-level pricing adjustments for Americans with good credit scores and decreased the fees for the majority of Americans for people that have poor credit scores. That makes no sense. It's upside down, and it incentivizes people not to have good credit scores. Americans who have good credit scores and have been fiscally responsible should not be forced to effectively subsidize the loans of people with bad credit, especially in the middle of a cost of living crisis with still high inflation rates and rising home prices. The Middle Class Borrower Protection Act repeals this terrible policy and ensures that Americans are not unfairly punished for being fiscally responsible. You know, I have young adult children, and they struggle. They are not wealthy, as some of my Democratic colleagues have said, but they have struggled. They live paycheck to paycheck, but they try to have good credit scores. And one of them said to me, geez, with this crazy Biden policy of wanting to punish people with good credit scores so that they have to pay more to subsidize people with poor credit scores, why the heck should I work to have good credit scores? And that's what this administration is doing. This is like socialism. This is insane. And that's why I support Mr. Davidson's bill. That's why I support Americans who strive to be fiscally responsible. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I want to take this minute to say that the representation that middle-class buyers, home buyers, who may not have 20% down also have bad credit. That is not true. And the record should reflect that that is not true. That's made up by someone who would like to throw credit scores into this argument and argue that these middle-class buyers who can't pay 20% down all have bad credit. They cannot. They have good credit and they are eligible for the loan. The only thing they don't have is 20%, and they get mortgage insurance in order to cover that. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Cleaver.
Gentleman from Kansas, Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've missed something because I didn't know that the Biden administration was involved in this debate or had any involvement at all with this discussion. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to the bill. My amendment would make the $3.2 billion surplus this bill generates available for federal programs to assist homeless individuals and families. Instead of making housing more expensive for our constituents, we should be ensuring that every single American is able to live with dignity and comfort. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit and opposing this sham bill. I yield back.
Does the gentleman ask unanimous consent to insert the report?
Unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I reserve the balance.
Gentlewoman from California reserved. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mr. Davidson for his leadership on trying to correct this egregious policy coming from the Biden administration. The American people are suffering today. They're suffering under Biden inflation, 40-year high inflation. They're suffering under higher grocery prices. They're suffering under higher gas prices, higher utility energy prices, all as a result of this president's policies. They're suffering under the massive inflation that's caused housing prices to rise. And then we've complicated that with raising interest rates to make home ownership out of reach for most Americans. Well, here comes the Biden administration to the rescue. They're going to charge most Americans a higher mortgage fee, higher fees when they go to borrow to buy a home as a result of having good credit. You know, I worked in the lending industry for 17 years. And lending prices and fees are based on credit, they're based on stability, they're based on ability, and they're based on the loan to value. The amount of the loan that you take relative to the value of the home. And the lending industry knows what they're doing, and they want to make every possible loan they can make, and they want to price it appropriately according to the risk. However, what this does, what we're trying to overturn here, what the Biden administration wants to do, is, of course, penalize or reward or incentivize bad behavior. Credit is a reflection of good behavior. You know, there's not even really a correlation between income and credit. There are many high-income individuals who borrow more than they can afford or have bad character demonstrated in their credit. There are many low-income Americans, individuals, who have outstanding character, outstanding credit history because they do the right thing. But now what the Biden administration wants to do is to penalize them and to subsidize that bad credit on the backs of folks who have good credit, of course. And I just thank my friend from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for his leadership on this, his efforts to overturn this terrible policy that is socialist, it's un-American, and it's simply wrong. And I thank him for his leadership, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, the MAGA Housing Scam Act would reverse critical cost savings for middle-class borrowers as provided by FHFA. Before FHFA's May 1st changes, a middle-class borrower with a high credit score and a 5% down payment on a medium-price home would have paid an LLPA fee of $81 in addition to private mortgage insurance. Today, this borrower would pay half of that fee, allowing them to access affordable home ownership. Similarly, a borrower with the same credit score and a 40% down payment on the same priced home would have paid only $27 before May 1st, and today pays just $20. These are cost savings that Republicans not only want to eliminate, but now they want to add an additional $5 billion in fees for everyone. This is a scam, not a protection for the middle class. This is messaging by Fox News. What's that $5 billion for? Why is it that Mr. Davidson is wanting to raise more money than even the Congressional Budget Office says the bill costs? This is not to be understood. I know that there is an attempt to try and make the argument that somebody wealthier is paying for those who have less income, less money, less resources. Not true. Don't eliminate private mortgage insurance. If you make less than 20%, you pay for private mortgage insurance in addition to the GE fees. And middle-class borrowers were paying more than even the wealthier borrowers. So it had nothing to do with the credit score, because the credit score of that home buyer that only paid less than 20% is as good as the credit score as the wealthier buyer. Had nothing to do with that at all. And again, I don't know why this argument is being made by the other side. It is an attempt, I think, to message in a way that goes directly to constituents who they make angrier because their government is making them do something they should not be making them do. Don't politicize this. This is about home ownership. This is about the American dream. This is about making sure that those people who can afford to buy a home are able to do so. And the idea that anybody would say that if you can't make a 20%, but you can pay for private mortgage insurance, that you must not have good credit scores. That is an absolute untruth. As a matter of fact, you would not be able to get that loan if you had bad credit scores. And so I wish the opposition would stop making that argument, because it does not fly. That person who's paying, again, private mortgage insurance also has a good credit score. They didn't have the 20% down, but they're paying for it with that private insurance. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Ohio has no further speakers.
I'm prepared to close. And reserve.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I oppose H.R. 3564, which harms middle-class home buyers and their ability to access home ownership on fair and affordable terms. This bill responds to a misinformation campaign, again, initiated by the friend of the Republicans, the Fox News, and propagated by extreme MAGA Republicans. It protects wealthy home buyers and imposes billions in new fees on all home buyers. I also oppose this bill because it completely ignores our nation's worsening housing crisis, which is locking millions out of the dream of home ownership. MAGA Republicans are instead focused on a minuscule fee in the home buying process that does nothing to address our nation's housing shortage and rising housing costs that are driving inflation. Nationwide, we have a shortage of 14 million homes and more than 582,500 people experiencing homelessness on any given night, with homelessness rising faster in rural communities than anywhere else in the country. Meanwhile, U.S. renters are paying more of their income on rent today than ever before. These are the real problems that Republicans should be working to solve, not increasing fees by billions of dollars, according to the CBO. In fact, this bill is opposed by Americans for Financial Reform, Center for Responsible Lending, the National Fair Housing Alliance, the National Housing Law Project, and the National Housing Resource Centers. Industry groups such as Mortgage Bankers Association and National Association of Realtors are also very concerned about this, and so I would simply ask for a no vote on this bill, and I would simply ask even those Republicans who are forever worried about the fact that we are not making enough cuts. And in the negotiations that just went on, raising the debt limit, cut. And here they have one of their members not only jeopardizing middle-class homeowners, but raising the amount of money that's not even needed, more than the Congressional Budget Office has said the bill would cost. Why? $5 billion. I don't get it. I don't understand, but I'm through with it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman. The American people should be angry. They should be upset because the Biden administration did impose a socialist redistribution scheme. The most egregious and obvious part, they withdrew as we uncovered this and exposed what they were trying to do. On August 1st, their plan was to say that if you have a lot of income and very little debt, then you should pay more, even more than this scheme that took effect on May 1st, and you should subsidize the people that have little income and more debt. Now, to be sure, they still would qualify for a mortgage or they wouldn't get the loan, but that is patently obvious redistribution of wealth. The component that took effect on May 1st isn't really a redistribution of wealth per se, but it does hit, look, the average credit score is 710. Everyone with a 680 or above, 19 out of 20 Americans, would be hit with a higher fee, is being hit by a higher fee since May 1st for their mortgages. It is a redistribution of credit scores. And that's even worse than an idea of redistribution of wealth, in a sense, because you have responsible people who live within their means, might live just a little bit above paycheck to paycheck, save, scrape together, build up a down payment, have a mortgage in place, and they're going to pay more now since May 1st. We have to fix this injustice. That's what this bill does. And it's time to just move forward in a common sense way. First, you study the problem before you implement it. This bill requires the GAO to complete the study, and then it requires FHFA to look at the study, to take 90 days of notice before they implement something else. The part that it bans after the study's over is the real redistribution of wealth, the debt-to-income scheme. So with that, I urge all of my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, to support this common-sense Middle-Class Borrower Protection Act. Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-8, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-115, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 1818-115. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It's now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-115. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-115, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require the Government Accountability Office to make its report on the findings and conclusions of its study of the Federal Housing Finance Agency's loan level pricing adjustment revisions publicly available online. My common sense amendment will provide transparency for the administration to answer to the American people. The latest FHFA fee could result in thousands of dollars in additional fees for lower risk homeowners over time while encouraging and rewarding financial irresponsibility. This is a gross overreach and will ultimately contribute to the growing inflation problem we have in this country. Raising housing costs at a time when mortgage rates are at their highest, thanks to the Biden-Pelosi spending spree, will make housing less affordable and will result in higher mortgages, higher costs, and reduced access to credit for most borrowers. Joe Biden's agenda of equity over equality defies common sense and will endanger the stability of the housing market. The Republican majority is fighting tooth and nail to protect the middle-class homebuyers from Joe Biden's new socialist tax, which puts homeownership out of reach for the middle-class Americans. Borrowers with excellent credit should not be punished for doing right and be forced to bear more financial burdens due to fiscal irresponsibility that others have had. Unelected bureaucrats in Washington should not have the ability to impose these un-American regulations on hardworking middle-class families. I'm glad this bill puts an end to business as usual here in the swamp. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Warren Davidson from Ohio, for his leadership to block Joe Biden's new socialist tax to force middle-class borrowers to subsidize risky loans. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment as well as the underlying bill. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. Well, actually, I don't even want to waste another minute on this pointless and redundant amendment. Anyone who pays attention to government oversight knows that the GAO already makes all of its reports resulting from legislative mandates publicly available on the GAO's website as soon as they're issued to Congress. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose this amendment. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlewoman from Colorado yields. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters of opposition to H.R. 3564 from the Center for Responsible Lending, the National Housing Resource Center, the National Housing Law Project, the National Fair Housing Alliance, and Americans for Financial Reform. These are all of the organizations who fight hard for home ownership, especially for middle-class Americans. They are opposed absolutely to this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Your request be covered by general leave. Okay. Gentlewoman from California is the only one who has time remaining.
I yield myself the balance of the time. Again, I don't understand why we're spending time on this amendment. It does not accomplish anything at all. It would require GAO to do something it already does. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-115. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-115, offered by Ms. Lee of Nevada.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my amendment to H.R. 3564. This amendment serves one of my highest priorities, expanding access to affordable housing across southern Nevada. My amendment is quite simple. It would direct the Government Accountability Office to assess how changes to the Federal Housing Finance Agency's pricing framework would impact first-time low-income home buyers. This is a critical addition to any proposed GAO report on new FHFA policies, and it follows my commitment to making sure that any federal action on housing does right by all Americans and Nevadans, especially those seeking reliable, affordable housing or seeking to buy a home for the first time. I represent Clark County, which ranks among one of the 10 counties nationwide, top 10 counties nationwide, with the highest concentration of renters. Clark County also has one of the highest proportions of households that spend more than 30% of their income on rent, and the cost of rent has been going up. The cost of home ownership as well has been going up, and the American dream remains out of reach for far too many. We must focus how we can work across party lines, hand in hand with the entities that help families buy their first homes, and ensure that the American dream can become a reality and not push it further out of reach. We must find bipartisan ways to make access to affordable housing easier, especially for the Southern Nevadan families who most need additional support as they work to affordably purchase a home. This is just what my amendment will help us do, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Nevada reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection.
While there has been broad discussion on the fundamental unfairness associated with the Biden administration's new tax on credit-worthy borrowers, Congress's oversight role also extends to the process of and impact these changes will have on home buyers in the housing market. Members on both sides share policy concerns regarding this new tax, and it's equally imperative that we promote transparency to the American people on this flawed effort. The GAO study does just that, as the amendment Ms. Boebert proposed, which simply would make the GAO study public. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and in no area is this more relevant than the opaque process with which the FHFA has enacted these and other changes. This amendment would add to the GAO study included in H.R. 3564, which will play a critical factor towards furthering both Congress's and the public's understanding of this issue and the impacts on millions of homebuyers. Americans deserve a thorough accounting of the process and the significant impact of FHFA's actions. An agency that virtually controls U.S. housing markets should not operate without appropriate congressional oversight. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to restore fairness, transparency, and accountability to this process and policy that impacts millions of Americans. Amidst economic uncertainty and a housing affordability crisis, the American people deserve nothing less. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time, and I'm pleased to see bipartisan support for my common sense amendment to support first-time home buyers across the country. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to secure meaningful federal action to better support hardworking families in their efforts to buy their first home and realize part of the American dream. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge all of our colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-115. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-115, offered by Ms. Lee of Nevada.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. Chair will recognize the gentlewoman from Nevada.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this amendment to H.R. 3564. Quite like my other amendment, this one also speaks to a top priority of mine in Congress, expanding access to affordable housing across southern Nevada. This amendment would direct the GAO to assess how changes to the FHFA pricing framework would impact affordable housing preservation, rural housing, and manufactured housing. This is another critical addition to any proposed GAO report on how any new FHFA policies, and it follows on my commitment to making sure that any federal action on housing does right by Nevadans in their need for a fair and stable housing market. I'm committed to making sure that all federal action on housing improves Southern Nevada's stock of affordable housing, including manufactured and rural housing options. This is not an area where we can risk unintended consequences, and as such, my amendment will direct the GAO to study and make absolutely sure that our federal government is doing all it can do to improve affordable housing availability. In Clark County, Nevada, this is of the utmost importance as we continue to see a severe shortage in affordable housing stock that means real stress and uncertainty for far too many hardworking Nevadans and their families. Again, I remain committed to working across the aisle to ensure that every family has access to affordable, reliable, and safe housing. This amendment is a step in the right direction, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to this amendment, though I am not opposed.
Without objection.
This is a common sense amendment to the GAO study, and I applaud the gentlelady from Nevada for including this comprehensive view on the impact of housing affordability. It furthers the work of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, and I think it's an important addition. I encourage all of our colleagues to support it, and I reserve.
From Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time, and very pleased again to see bipartisan support for my common sense amendment to ensure that the federal policy that we create right here delivers affordable housing options across America. I look forward to working with colleagues on both sides to better support hardworking Americans and their families in securing reliable, affordable housing in Las Vegas and across the country. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge all of our colleagues to support the amendment. I support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-115. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-115, offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
We are in the middle of a housing crisis across the U.S. and in Colorado, and especially in the 7th District. The housing supply is lagging significantly behind the demand in our state, which has led to skyrocketing prices, pushing far too many people out of the communities that they've lived in their entire lives, as well as creating significant challenges to hire and retain workers for our small businesses and public servants. Some communities in the rural parts of our district have seen property increase threefold in just a couple of years. And while so many people are struggling to get their first home, there are far too many people who are buying up real estate for their third, fourth, and even fifth homes, which has also contributed to the challenges our communities are facing. While I'm very concerned about the rising costs of housing, this bill does not address the problem. So for a little bit of background, the Federal Housing Finance Agency serves as the chief regulator of the enterprises, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Essentially, the FHFA oversees the majority of all mortgages in the United States. And earlier this year, the Financial Services Committee heard from the director, Sandra Thompson, about how the agency is working to help Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac meet capital requirements and promote increased access to homeownership for creditworthy homebuyers. The underlying bill that we are considering today would reverse changes made by the Federal Housing Agency to loan-level price adjustments, which are fees charged to originate a loan. The fee matrix has not been updated since 2008 and is woefully out of date. There was some controversy surrounding a debt-to-income ratio rule, but that rule has already been repealed. So the remaining fee matrix will see fee increases only on wealthier individuals, people purchasing a second home, or individuals who are purchasing an investment property, while reducing the cost for first-time buyers and low to middle income families. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle agree that fees should not be increased on those in the middle class who are already struggling to make ends meet, then they should support my amendment. It would ensure that this legislation would not be implemented until the director certifies that it would not result in increased fees on middle class homebuyers. So if the bill does what they are saying it does, then my amendment would not create a barrier to implementation. We must come together in a bipartisan way to address affordable housing, and I look forward to getting back to work with the chairman and ranking member when we return in July. But unfortunately, this legislation won't reduce costs for the middle class and would tie the hands of the FHFA to address changing needs, which is why this amendment is necessary. I yield back. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, and I am opposed to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment introduced by Ms. Pedersen, which would make it impossible to repeal the Federal Housing Finance Agency's damaging price increases on creditworthy homebuyers, and in fact undoes the entire point of the bill. The legislation before us, the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act, would repeal these increases and require the Government Accountability Office to assess the FHFA's fee structure. That is the point of the GAO study. It would also require that any future loan level fees be implemented by the agency adopt a risk-based price framework. Ms. Pedersen's amendment would set up a sham test so that FHFA would have to keep those unfair fees in place, even at the expense of a majority of middle-class borrowers. So while the gentlewoman's amendment is designed to sound fair, the reality is that it would actually have the opposite effect of what it advertises. Instead of lowering fees for middle-class, middle-income families, it would do many of them to ongoing higher fees. In other words, a vote for Ms. Pedersen's amendment is a vote against the Middle Class Borrowers Protection Act. I also find it interesting that our friends on the other side of the aisle would support an amendment that essentially says, don't do this if it could make fees go up, which is exactly what our bill does. It stops the fees from going up or staying up, as the case is on part of the plan that they implemented. We should be united in saying deliberately making mortgages more expensive for creditworthy borrowers is a foolish policy. The sting of inflation and higher interest rates are already hurting middle-income families, and this adjustment by FHFA is not fair. While I cannot support this amendment, I am glad to see the recognition that we need to protect middle-income families looking to purchase a home from unfair pricing that makes it harder for some borrowers to afford because they pay more just because they have high credit scores. Ms. Pedersen's amendment would unfortunately lock in that unfair system. I oppose her amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of Ms. Pedersen's amendment, which is simply holding Republicans accountable for their claims about the impacts of the bill. They claim that this bill will help middle-class homebuyers, so I don't see why there should be any objection to this amendment, which would make the implementation of the bill contingent on the truth of its claims. Republicans held hearings on this topic where their own witnesses repeatedly debunked MAGA Republican claims that these changes would result in a higher credit score, borrowers paying higher mortgage fees than lower credit borrowers. So, if we agree that the goal of this bill is to help middle-class borrowers, I think we should be able to agree on this amendment. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of the time. I thank Ranking Member Waters for her remarks in support of the amendment. Once again, ensuring that all Americans have access to affordable housing is a priority of mine and the Democrats on the Financial Services Committee. And we must ensure that the middle-class homebuyers have access to our housing market. Unfortunately, this legislation will not reduce costs for the middle class and first-time homebuyers. Not only are we focusing on a narrow subset of fee increases that are supposed to target wealthy homebuyers, individuals purchasing a second home and people buying investment homes, they are tying the hands of the FHFA moving forward in changing their fee structures on a more regular basis to address changing needs. This will make Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac less available to support the housing market if there is a future fiscal crisis, and only threatens our housing market. Once again, if you want to make sure that fees are not increased for the middle class, then you should support my common sense amendment. I yield back with the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I urge all of our colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
All right. On this vote, the yeas are 198, the nays are 2. This vote, the yeas are 2.
Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Pekin. Mr. Pekin votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. McCall voted no. Mr. Mfume. Mr. Mfume voted aye. Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Off aye on no for Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 216. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 3564, and pursuant to the House Resolution 524, a report the bill is amended by the House. By that resolution back to the House with the sundry and further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has under the consideration the bill H.R. 3564 and pursuant to the House Resolution 524 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with the sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered, is separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported to the Committee of the Whole. If not, the Chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to cancel recent changes made by the Federal Housing Finance Agency to the upfront loan level pricing adjustments charged by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac for guarantee of single-family mortgages and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Do I have a motion to recommit at the desk?
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Cleaver of Missouri moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3564 to the Committee on Financial Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask for yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members are recorded their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the passage of the bill, if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote. this vote, the yeas are 197 and the nays are 214, with 0 answering present. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. And without
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Does any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 230 and the nays are 189, with 0 answering present. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourned today, it adjourned to meet at 9 a.m. on Tuesday next.
Without objection. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection. The gentleman is recognized. The House is not in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we gather today to remember the life of a Pennsylvania State Trooper, Jay Rougeau, who was killed in the line of duty on June 17th while serving at the Juniata County Barracks in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Trooper Rougeau leaves behind a loving wife, Chloe, and all of our hearts go out to her, along with the rest of his family, his friends, and the entire Pennsylvania State Troopers. At this time, I ask that we also recognize Lieutenant Jim Wagner, who was injured in the line of duty on that same terrible day and remains hospitalized. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor the life of State Trooper Jacques Rougeau and in prayer for the full recovery of Lieutenant Jim Wagner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District 2023 Congressional Art Contest winner, Alma Schwarzenruber. The annual art competition organized by the Congressional Institute showcases the artwork of high school students from across every congressional district in the country. Alma is a recent graduate from the Keystone High School in Clarion County. Her winning artwork is entitled Great Horned Owl. She created this piece with charcoal and graphite. Alma's work was selected by an independent panel of judges from 73 entries, with a record number of participants in the 15th District's Congressional Art Competition. I would also like to congratulate Alma's teacher, Ms. Janet Hockman and her parents for the role that they played in Alma's success. For all the winning pieces will be displayed for the year in the Cannon Tunnel, where they'll be viewed by members of Congress, staff, and many visitors to the Capitol each and every day. Congratulations, Alma, on your great work. I'm proud to have her artwork representing the 15th District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss my bill, the Amputation, Reduction, and Compassion Act, or ARC, and how it will protect Americans from peripheral artery disease, or PAD, from unnecessary amputations. PAD is a disease of the arteries that can cause blockages in arms and legs and lead to unnecessary amputations. There are 200,000 PAD patients at risk of an amputation every year, and African Americans are 3 times more likely to need one from PAD than any other Americans. My ARC Act would change that. It requires Medicare and Medicaid to cover screenings for Americans with high risk for getting PAD. It establishes a PAD education program at the Department of Health and Human Services to create more awareness of PAD symptoms. It requires HHS to reduce the number of unnecessary amputations from PAD. My bill will protect the limbs and lives of Americans nationwide, and I'm proud to introduce it this week. And please, my colleagues, please join the PAD caucus along with me. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a remarkable young man from the 5th District of Michigan, Jude Stamper. While completing his Eagle Scout leadership project, Jude sought to raise funds to help purchase a new van for a local shelter. He organized, emceed, and played in a fundraiser with the Monroe High Jazz Band and far surpassed his initial goal. Jude has a rare condition called AMC, which makes movement difficult, but Jude doesn't slow down. In 2018, then Michigan basketball coach John Beilein recognized Jude's infectious attitude, valuable perspective, and unparalleled energy. Beilein had him join the team, and stars like Mo Wagner and Duncan Robinson credited Jude's spirit for helping propel the team to the national championship game. We're grateful for Jude's contributions, and we look forward to what he takes on next. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, June is Pride Month, a month that celebrates the contributions and importance of the LGBTQ+ community all over the country and in Pennsylvania's 17th District. My home borough of Aspinwall hosted Pride in the Park, a festival to connect and celebrate the community with history walks, community resources, art, music, and a vendor fair of local LGBTQ-owned small businesses. Pride is celebrated all across Western PA, from a Pride-themed roller derby bout in Cheswick to festivals in Dormont, Mount Lebanon. There's also prom in Millvale, online writing groups for seniors, a parade and music in Swissvale, and lots more. It's a busy month for our community and one that centers around freedom at its core. It also remembers those who fought tirelessly for equal rights and those hurt by discrimination or lost to senseless hatred and violence. America was founded under the ideals of liberty and justice, not censorship, discrimination, or control. All people should have the freedom to love who they love, to be who they are, to be accepted, to feel safe, and treated equally under the law. On behalf of the good people of Western Pennsylvania, I'll keep fighting for these freedoms here in Washington. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, multiple disasters have struck Texas 13 over the last month, from devastating floods in May to a series of deadly tornadoes in the last week, first in Perryton and later in Matador and Afton. While we continue to assess the most recent damage, we already know that hundreds of homes and businesses, properties were destroyed. Many of my constituents were injured, and tragically, lives were lost. Despite the wreckage, my constituents were assisted by their community, local officials, and volunteers from across the state who came together to provide water, food, fuel, and so much more to their neighbors in need. The federal government must act to do everything it can to bring the needed aid to the Texas Panhandle and to help expedite the recovery and cleanup efforts. For too long, the federal government has forgotten about rural America. We cannot let this happen here. It may take months to rebuild, but I know we will do it thanks to the steadfast spirit of the Texans I represent. I am proud to represent the brave people of the Texas Panhandle, and I ask that you please join me in praying for them at this time. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
To lower this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a heavy heart, I rise to honor the remarkable life of recently departed Florida AFL-CIO President Mike Williams. Starting as an apprentice, he became an electrician, working in the temporary service and construction jobs, and living paycheck to paycheck like so many workers do. Seeing the critical value of job protections and livable wages, he devoted his life to the labor movement, first as a rank-and-file member for 15 years before becoming business manager of his Jacksonville local IBEW 177. Later, he became president of the Florida Building Trades Council, and in 2009, Mike was elected president of the Florida AFL-CIO, where he served distinctively until his death. A natural-born leader, Mike revitalized Florida labor by fostering new alliances with community, immigrant, and faith-based groups. Tall with a contagious smile, he was a straight shooter and always brought a worthy cause and a compelling case for workers to the Capitol. Direct and trustworthy, he was a man of standards whose shoes will be hard to fill. Mike's empathy, dedication, and compassion will be sorely missed, but his legacy and impact must never be forgotten. I will miss you, my dear friend. May his memory be for a blessing. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Jerry Lewis Clark, also known as Red Dog. Mr. Clark was born on March 31st, 1943 in Savannah, Georgia, where he began his life of service to others. He served for 25 years in the military as a combat Army medic in Vietnam and in the Georgia Air National Guard. He was a Purple Heart recipient for his heroics during the Vietnam War, and he retired from the military as a senior master sergeant. Outside of his military service, Mr. Clark was a computer programmer, an English teacher, a medical salesman, and a home builder. He also worked as the Minister of Activities and Director of Operations at Calvary Baptist Temple. Mr. Clark's record shows what he truly was. He was a patriot. He was a public servant. He truly had a servant's heart. Mr. Clark is a hero who will be greatly missed by his community and by his friends and his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
To speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, satellite images have identified a pile of discarded clothing in Chile sent there from Europe, Asia, and America, and it is so large it can be seen from space. This mountain of textile waste illustrates the environmental toll of what's called fast fashion. Unfortunately, fast fashion has become very popular with consumers, but it comes at a high cost to our planet. Fast fashion relies on cheap manufacturing, frequent consumption, and short-lived garment use. This constant cycle of production and disposal is exemplified by these mountains of discarded shirts and skirts. Textile waste has increased dramatically over the last 2 decades, and in the process has become a massive environmental challenge. In 2018, 17 million tons of textiles were generated in the U.S., and 11.3 million tons were thrown into landfills. As the rate that clothing is produced and discarded increases, only 15% of the clothing in the U.S. is recycled or reused, with the rest either incinerated or sent to landfills for disposal. I am formally calling on the GAO to assess what actions the EPA has taken and can take to combat fast fashion waste. In Maine, we have a deeply ingrained sense that you can always get a little more use out of something, and I agree. The federal government can and must do more to stop the waste and pollution. Fast fashion should be sustainable pollution. Fast fashion should be sustainable fashion. I yield back. Sorry.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I've been to the border several times now, and when I visited in 2019 under President Trump, it was orderly and the situation was contained. It brings me no pleasure to say when I visited the last time under the Joe Biden administration, it was an unmitigated disaster. We watched migrants flow over the border and saw holding facilities far past capacity. We saw guardsmen pulled away from their border posts, catering to young children, buying diapers and other supplies. We saw mountains of drugs that had been confiscated, which left everyone wondering how many had gone through undetected. And any visit to the border, CBP will inform you that where there is a barrier, the border is secure, and the portions without were not. Yet, sadly, this administration has done nothing over the past 2.5 years to curb illegal immigration. Inversely, they've actually encouraged it, which has strengthened the cartels. It's gotten so bad we're now having illegals filling up American school gymnasiums. So yes, we need comprehensive immigration reform, but we need to stop the bleeding first by securing the border. We know how to do it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate Pride Month for the good people of West Michigan. Even as we celebrate this month as a time of joy, allowing individuals to be their authentic selves, it has been marked by communications from back home about the challenges and direct harm individuals face just for being a member of the LGBTQ community. And far too often, this harm is inflicted directly and intentionally in the name of God. West Michigan has not had a counter voice in Congress, but they do now. I rise today as a lawmaker to express my commitment to championing freedom and justice for all in this country, for all. And I also rise today as a woman of deep and unwavering faith to reaffirm the equality that we all experience as precious human beings created with love, with joy, in the image and likeness of God. No scheme of man can change that. So to all of you in West Michigan who felt unseen, unheard, and even worse, bullied, this statement in the congressional record is for you. My votes are for you. My presence here on the House floor is for you. We're bending the arc towards justice, towards inclusion, towards equality. Happy Pride. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
I rise to ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Larry Dawkins, a Wyomingite who courageously served our country and who was and remains to be a beloved hero by all who knew him. After receiving his GED, Larry made the decision to join the Army National Guard in 1962, where he began his lifetime career in service to his country. Throughout his time in the Army National Guard, he prioritized the needs of his community and that of his fellow residents. Plowing snow and hauling hay were just a few of the ways in which Larry was able to assist those around him. He was also a proud member of the Command Maintenance Evaluation and Training Team, which sought to solve logistical and equipment-related issues experienced by Guard units through assistance and training. Upon the conclusion of his service, Larry retired as a Master Sergeant. Despite his love for public service, Larry valued family above all else and cherished every minute he was able to spend with both his grandkids and great-grandkids. Larry sadly passed away on January 4th, 2023. His selfless service will always be remembered by his family and friends and will leave a lasting impression on the communities he dedicated his life to assisting. I urge all my colleagues to join me in remembering the life of Larry Dawkins, honoring his service to our nation, and standing with his family in these difficult times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to, as we move to the time,
ask unanimous consent to address the House floor.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized
as we
for 1
move
minute.
toward the 4th of July, after celebrating and commemorating Juneteenth, I want to talk a bit about freedom. I asked my colleagues to join me in co-sponsoring my legislation, H.R. 4272, to Stop Fentanyl Act Now, to prevent the rise in the criminal selling of fentanyl and the death that comes to our children, to stop the online sales. Join me in stating to America, we'll not give up on the fight against eliminating fentanyl in our streets and in our homes. And then, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to take note that a member stood on the floor and utilized the Constitution about impeaching the President of the United States, Joe Biden. There is no basis in this Constitution for high crimes and misdemeanor. Isn't it interesting that the border crossings are down, and because they disagree with immigration policies that they have helped contribute to that undermine this nation, they want to impeach him? Finally, happy Pride Month and happy understanding that we all are created equal. The LGBTQ plus community stands tall as Americans in this nation. Happy Pride.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Henry Williamson, an aviation mechanic with 50 years of dedicated service, most of which he spent working at the Conway-Horry County Airport. Mr. Williamson of Horry County began his career in aviation after receiving a degree in aircraft maintenance from the Florence Darlington Technical College. In honor of his dedication to the industry, Mr. Williams was recently awarded the Charles Taylor Master Mechanic Award from the Federal Aviation Administration. This is an award that only 40 South Carolinians have ever received. I want to express my sincerest congratulations to Mr. Williamson for this much-deserved recognition and thank him for his dedication to keeping his customers safe in the skies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. This week, horrific anti-Semitic flyers were distributed across my district in Pennsylvania. I heard from friends and neighbors who found flyers in their front yards or in their driveways. These hateful flyers were found in some cases by children. I'm not going to show nor repeat the flyers' disgusting words, because that's what those who spread hate want, for people to amplify their insidious message, one that is on the rise as the Anti-Defamation League records year-to-year increases in anti-Semitism. I am a proud Jewish American, but anti-Semitism isn't just a threat to those of us who are Jewish. It is a threat to all of us, because anti-Semitism, like other forms of bigotry that spread lies and stoke hatred, is an existential threat to our values as Americans. It takes all of us drawing strength and community from one another to stand up to those who want to divide us. Let's keep standing together so that united as neighbors, we can root out the anti-Semitism and hate that endangers our fundamental American values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous request to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
First of all, I'd like to point out that every month in this country, if you include the people who come over here kind of administratively, we hit new records of people who I think are here illegally. That's not going down. You compare month after month. But in any event, currently the Biden administration is encouraging our embassies abroad to fly the so-called pride flag on our embassies, including the Vatican. This is completely inappropriate, and the Biden administration should immediately stop this policy. America is a blessed nation that has, I think, been the light of the world. Rather than sending a message to the world that America stands for and is great because of its freedoms guaranteed under our Constitution, the bravery, faith, purity, and respect for law of its people, it sends the message that America stands for the LGBT sexual agenda. Leaving aside the absurdity that any sexually related flag should stand with Old Glory, how ridiculous. This is not the message we want to send to the countries around the world. It is also an insult to the hundreds of millions of Americans who oppose this agenda, as well as the hundreds of thousands who made our country great and would be appalled by this. President Biden, please take down this flag. I'd like to thank you, and I yield back.
Expired. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago tomorrow, the Supreme Court overturned a half a century of precedent by ending the nationwide guarantee that women be allowed to make choices over their bodies. And since then, we have seen the devastating result. Numerous states enacting bans that deny a woman's ability to make decisions over her body, oftentimes without any exception. But in the face of this new wave of attacks on reproductive freedom, I have fought with many of my colleagues to preserve access to abortions and to restore a nationwide right to abortion access. House Democrats produced and passed legislation to ensure women can travel safely, freely to states in which abortion is still legal, have access to contraception, and cover abortions regardless of income or health status. And we will not stop there. We will continue to push for legislation that will once again allow women everywhere in America to be in charge of their own health decisions. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate two of my constituents, Alfredo and Jane Calvo, who will be celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary on June 30th this year. They'll be spending this milestone anniversary with their family, Al, Michael, Carrie, Lee, and their young grandson, Tucker. Jane served in the Henderson County PTA, the North Carolina General Federation of Women's Clubs, and spent 16 years of her career as a staffer for one of my predecessors, the Honorable Congressman Charles Taylor. Jane has also worked for the Social Security Administration. Alfredo was a volunteer soccer coach at Flat Rock Middle School and East Henderson High School, and served in the Social Security Administration for more than a decade. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Alfredo and Jane Calvo on their 50th wedding anniversary, and to many more. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I rise. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the memory of Ira Sharp, a beloved member of the greater San Diego community who passed away this month. Ira was a native of St. Louis, where he came of age organizing sit-ins at segregated restaurants, activating students in support of civil rights, and eventually practicing law. He later lived here in Washington, D.C., where he and his wife, Roseanne, ran a successful small business in legal services and court reporting, and in Naples, Florida, until they retired for good in San Diego. After their grandson was born and after the Parkland shooting, Ira and Roseanne co-founded Never Again California, and Ira served on the national board of the Brady campaign. His fingerprints are on nearly every piece of gun safety legislation in San Diego County and California in the past decade. And beyond his immense advocacy, Ira was a good friend. If he was proud of you, he would tell you. If you had a cause for him to support, he was there. May his legacy live on as we continue to work to end gun violence, and may his memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Puerto Rico seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to reject the attempts by the United Nations Special Committee for Decolonization calling for the independence of Puerto Rico. It is no surprise that Cuba, Nicaragua, Russia, Syria, and Venezuela who are amongst the worst human rights violators and anti-democratic regimes in the world, are the ones calling for Puerto Rico's independence in an attempt to advance their anti-American agenda and grow their influence in the region. For 106 years, Puerto Ricans have been proud American citizens, participated in the U.S. Armed Forces in record numbers. And as a U.S. territory and under the U.S. Constitution, it is Congress, not the United Nations, and certainly not a committee made up of authoritarian regimes, that has the ultimate responsibility to address Puerto Rico's political status. Puerto Ricans have made very clear through votes and democratic elections something these nations should never learn. We want to join our fellow Americans on equal footing as a full State of the Union. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the epidemic of gun violence our country is experiencing. On average, each year, gun violence in America kills some 43,000 people and injures around 76,000 more. Over and over, our communities are left reeling from senseless tragedy, stuck in a devastating cycle of violence. We can no longer allow this level of pain to be our normal. Change must happen, and happen now. I am proud to have signed the discharge petitions to bring essential gun violence prevention legislation to the House floor, including the Assault Weapons Ban, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, and the Enhanced Background Checks Act. These are rational and common sense bills. They are not about taking away rights. They are about protecting our children, our families, and communities. They are about taking the fear out of the everyday. Going to school, the grocery store, or even making a wrong turn should not be a death sentence. Our communities deserve better, and I vow to continue to fight for long overdue action to address gun violence in our beloved country. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I often say that Vermont is held together with duct tape, twine, and hundreds of volunteer hours. I rise today to highlight the work of Louis Lyman Sumner. His 54-year commitment to the Halifax community has been immeasurably impactful. He served for over half a century on the Halifax Select Board and gave 6 years of service to the National Guard. He is also a 50-year member of the Grange. Such incredible public service. The Sumner family has deep roots in Halifax and has been a staple in that community since they settled there in 1783. Louis and his family continue to operate their family farm. Louis served his community as emergency management director for 8 FEMA disasters, working tirelessly to keep Vermonters safe during these emergencies. Louis and his wife Laura are both dedicated public servants. Laura served as town clerk for 43 years until her retirement in 2010. I want to close by thanking Louis, Laura, and their family for their years of service to Southern Vermont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the service and the legacy of the United States Army's 54th Coast Artillery Regiment that served during World War II. As the Army's only all-black heavy artillery regiment in World War II, they were given used weapons and secondhand uniforms from World War I. Despite that lack of fancy gear and guns, the men of the 54th stood firm and stood fast as they guarded the entire central coast of California, from San Francisco Bay to Port San Luis, from Morro Bay to Monterey Bay, and from Lighthouse Point in Santa Cruz to Point Pinos Lighthouse in Pacific Grove. Through their service, but also through their social lives, the soldiers impacted and became entwined in our community. They formed a local baseball league during their assignment, and after their service, some even returned to the Central Coast to serve our community. Mr. Speaker, the history of the all-black 54th Coast Artillery Regiment is not just important to the 19th Congressional District, but it is about the broader story of our military. Americans at all levels, at all races, of all gender, of all creeds, coming together to fulfill their responsibility of living in our democracy by defending our communities and serving our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise to mourn the loss of my constituent and a beloved member of the United States Postal Service, Eugene Gates. On Wednesday, Mr. Gates passed while delivering mail on his route in Dallas, Texas, where the heat index reached temperatures of nearly 115 degrees. My heart breaks for Eugene's wife, Carla, his children, his grandchildren, and everyone in Lancaster, Texas, who called him neighbor and friend. Mr. Gates was a 40-year veteran of the U.S. Postal Service and will be remembered and mourned by many in North Texas who look forward to his visits every day. He had the heart of a public servant and will be missed by all who had the honor of knowing him. As a member of the Oversight Committee, I've continued to uplift and fight my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for respect and to protect and to honor those federal workers just like Mr. Gates instead of belittling them. Mr. Gates should be here. It is past time that we do the people's work in the people's house. I pray that we honor Mr. Gates' life by offering pragmatic solutions along with our prayers. We need to do this for Eugene, for his family, and for all of our letter carriers, putting public service before self every single day. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to recognize the 40 brave Nevada Bureau of Land Management wildfire fighters who have selflessly offered their support to battle the raging fires in Canada and want to enter their names in the record. When smoke covered Washington and New York for hundreds of miles recently, people across the East Coast witnessed the impact of the devastating wildfires Canada is currently experiencing. To date, the United States has deployed more than 600 firefighters and support personnel to respond to these wildfires in Canada, including our Silver State Hotshot interagency crew. Nearly every major wildfire in the U.S. relies on a response from federal wildland firefighters and the services their specialized crews provide. But right now, they are paid significantly less than their counterparts at state and local agencies. I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring the Nevada federal firefighters, the hotshots, who are on the front lines and supporting a needed increase in their base salaries. It's the least we can do for their service and sacrifice. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Morgan Hallett, a rising senior from Norton High School, as Ohio 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Morgan recently won her second straight Division II state title in the discus, blowing out her competition with a record-breaking throw of 170 feet 8 inches. After putting on a brilliant athletic display, which Morgan and her dad fondly called the Mo Show, Morgan now has the longest throw in a Division II state meet and is tied for the longest throw in Division II history. Morgan has established herself as a truly exceptional student athlete, and her hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence are truly outstanding. Morgan's achievements have made her family, teammates, coaches, school, and community proud, and once again, I congratulate Morgan Hallett on her second straight Division II state title in discus, and best of luck as she reaches her third next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker and members, today I rise to recognize one of my constituents, Liliana Valderas, Anaheim High School's freshman, 15-year-old athlete who is rapidly rising through the nation's ranks as one of the best wrestlers in the country. Liliana just finished her freshman year at Anaheim High School. 33 wins, CIF champion, 121 pounds, CIF, California CIF state runner-up champ, and ranked 10th nationally as the best wrestler in the United States. And she is a top-notch student with a 3.9 GPA. And what is her goal? Well, Liliana simply wants to win an Olympic medal for the United States. Liliana, I know you got this. Go Colonists, and we'll be watching your career. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the Reverend Marie Galatas Ortiz, Louisiana's matriarch in the Civil Rights Movement. After the death of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Ortiz became increasingly involved and determined to work towards equality in her community. She founded the grassroots organization for women, GROW, in 1975, aiming to encourage women's participation in leadership roles and challenge patriarchal social systems. Ortiz also led protests and demonstrations, including one demanding justice for the death of Stanley McGee. She actively fought against racially motivated violence and worked to remove Confederate statues in New Orleans. Ortiz remains committed to her spiritual mission and continues to support underserved individuals through various organizations. Thank you, Reverend Galatas, for your hard work and dedication. I pray that you will continue to fight, assuring a successful and bright future for all men and women. Ma'am, today we give you your roses while you live. God bless you and continue the great work. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I rise to congratulate the new 56 citizens of our nation in the city of Elgin, which I am proud to represent in the 3rd Congressional District of Illinois. The City of Elgin's new citizen recognition ceremony is a cherished tradition and celebrating that goes back 23 years. Every single new U.S. citizen has a story. They have a journey that has brought them to that citizenship ceremony. And as your Congresswoman, I couldn't be more proud of who you are, of your strengths, of what you've overcome. The sacrifices, the changes, the geographical distance from your families. I know it hasn't been easy, but you did it. I celebrate you and the journey that has brought you to the United States. Know that in Elgin and Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, you will always find a community with open doors and open hearts. Congratulations. Felicitaciones. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand before you honored to share the progress we've made in improving the lives of Eastern North Carolinians. Together, we've co-sponsored 100 bipartisan bills that address our community's most pressing needs. My commitment to put aside partisanship and focus on our shared values is strong and is stronger than ever. Working together, we can accelerate job creation, expand educational opportunities, and champion affordable health care for families across the 1st Congressional District. This isn't just about the present, but it's about creating a brighter future for the next generation. With every bill I co-sponsor, I envision a community where a child have boundless opportunities to succeed. I am immensely proud of the bipartisan progress we've achieved. So let us continue to bridge divides, forge new pathways, and create a legacy of positive change that will inspire generations to come. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to demand the release and safe return of Jamshid Sharmad. Mr. Sharmad, a U.S. national and father of one of my constituents, was unlawfully arrested and imprisoned in Iran for 3 years in retaliation for simply doing his job as an independent journalist. Following a sham trial that was condemned by international human rights groups, Mr. Sharmad was sentenced to death. Mr. Sharmad was convicted in an Iranian court of corruption on earth, a nonsense charge designed only to imprison and execute political dissidents. He deserves to be reunited with his daughter in Ontario, California, and I call on the State Department and the White House to do everything in their power to free Mr. Sharmad and ensure his safe return. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 467, an act to modify the age requirement for the Student Incentive Payment Program of the State Maritime Academies.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 23, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Saturday, June 24, 2023, through Monday, July 10, 2023, as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. I'd like to yield such time as he may consume to my good friend, a wonderful leader in our law enforcement caucus here in the House of Representatives, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Leslie and Carlton C. Smith for their high achievement in exportation. Leslie and Carlton's Jacksonville-based heavy equipment exporting business, Heavy Equipment Resources of Florida, or HERO FL, is a top exporter of components and spare parts to mining industries all around the globe. Earlier this month, HERO Florida was awarded with its 2nd Presidential E-Star Award for exportation. This award is the highest honor given to our nation's exporters and highlights HERO Florida's significant contribution to U.S. exports and their development of market entry strategies for challenging international markets, specifically in Africa. The E-Star Award, which is now designated by the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, sets HERO Florida apart from their peers for their noteworthy export promotion efforts. Just since 2013, HERO Florida has gone from 10 export markets to over 32. This is an incredible achievement and is a testimony of Leslie and Carlton's hard work in Northeast Florida and across the globe. I'm honored to recognize their efforts, and I'm grateful for the economic growth that they continue to bring to Florida's 5th Congressional District. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back, and I thank the gentleman again for yielding.
I thank the gentleman from Florida for his promotion of his constituents and their success in exporting, and for his recognizing the importance of small business to the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend such time as he may consume to my friend from California, one of the most beautiful congressional districts in America, all the Sierra Nevada. Mr. Kiley is recognized. I yield time to him for such time as he may consume.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Music in the Mountains, a unique organization in Nevada County, California, that combines world-class orchestral, choral, and musical theater performances with a deep commitment to music education. The Music in the Mountains season features live concerts and events showcasing the orchestra and chorus performing with world-renowned classical musicians and soloists. Performances are staged in several venues located in the historic Gold Rush communities of Grass Valley and Nevada City. At the heart of Music in the Mountains is the Summerfest Classical Festival, now in its 42nd year. Audiences are enthralled by powerful classical masterworks, modern favorites, and innovative pieces from brand new composers staged in an outdoor theater. In the days leading up to July 4th, the festival celebrates music, community, and our country's birth. In addition to presenting inspiring concerts, Music in the Mountains offers innovative educational programs touching the lives of about 5,000 students each year. To fulfill the goal of empowering children to perform, compose, and listen to music, Music in the Mountains offers a variety of activities, including Take 5 for Music, Carnegie Lineup, Full Circle Music Program, and Peer Performing for Peers. The Youth Orchestra is a symphony orchestra program for strings, woodwind, brass, and percussion players ages 8 to 21. Students in the Young Composers Project study composition, notation software, conducting, melodic and rhythmic dictation, music theory, and music history. The Side-by-Side program offers student musicians the opportunity to sit in with the orchestra at rehearsals and perform with their mentors in live performances. Through its performance and education endeavors, Music in the Mountains recognizes the power of music to heal and transform the individual and the community. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Music in the Mountains for the empowering programs and profound impact the organization has had on Nevada County and the broader region. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments and promoting this good work in his district, and thank him for his public service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss an important piece of legislation that I'm working on here in the People's House. The Ouachita Mountains inside the Ouachita National Forest stretch some 220 miles from my district in central Arkansas to eastern Oklahoma. For 50 years now, I've sought refuge and pleasure in visiting a remarkable corner of those rugged Arkansas-Ouachita National Forest mountains called Flatside. It's named for a sandstone outcrop that dominates the forest below. You can see in this photo on one cold, very cold February day with a blanket of snow on the ground that I was looking west from Flatside, the top of Flatside, toward another high point in the wilderness area called Fork Mountain. My guide that day, Mr. Speaker, was my good friend now of 50 years and longtime neighbor in Little Rock, Don Hamilton. Don is a longtime member of the Ozark Society, a former board member for the National Wildlife Federation, and a tireless advocate for wilderness areas in our nation. At the time of this photo, I was a Senate staffer, and Don was urging me to persuade my then boss, U.S. Senator John Tower, a Republican from Texas, to co-sponsor Democrat Arkansas Senator Dale Bumper's Arkansas Wilderness Act. This act would establish the 10,000 acres of public U.S. forest land around Flatside as one of 9 new wilderness areas and the only one in the 2nd Congressional District. With Senator Tower's endorsement and the tireless work by Senator Bumpers and my 2nd District predecessor, Republican Congressman Ed Bethune, Flatside did in fact join the U.S. Forest Service wilderness rolls in 1984 when it was signed into law by President Reagan. At that time, the Flatside area was anticipated to be larger, encompassing the additional U.S. Forest Service lands that I'm addressing on the House floor today in my new legislation. Over the ensuing years, the Forest Service and advocates were never able to craft a strategy whereby those acres left out of the 1984 designation could be included. When I joined Congress in 2015, I set about to design an approach that would expand Flatside to its originally contemplated size. First, I introduced the Flatside Wilderness Enhancement Act, which passed in both the House and Senate in 2018 and was signed into law by President Trump in January of 2019. This bill added what I called the Bethune Woods acreage to Flatside, in thanks to Congressman Bethune for his years of hard work on this area. This 640-acre addition had been coded by the U.S. Forest Service as wilderness and managed that way, but had never been formally added to the boundaries of Flatside. As a companion measure, Senator John Bozeman of Arkansas and I included in the FY 2019 appropriations bill a provision whereby the Forest Service would complete a careful and thorough study of the other federal forest lands around Flatside that might well meet the 1964 Wilderness Act definition and be eligible for inclusion. In May of 2021, Flatside Wilderness Evaluation was completed by the Forest Service. They thoroughly examined all the areas in question and outlined the ones that they believe would qualify as wilderness if so designated by this House, by our Congress. Thus, Mr. Speaker, here we are, 40 years later, discussing my bill, H.R. 3971, the Flatside Wilderness Additions Act. This act implements the careful U.S. Forest Service study that was completed back in May of 2021. Further, I collaborated on the design of the measure with my colleague, the chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee, chaired Bruce Westerman and his staff. This bill admits 2,200 existing qualifying public U.S. Forest Service acres to the existing wilderness area. Land that qualifies for wilderness designation in accordance with the May 2021 study and is currently already managed as potential wilderness by the Ouachita National Forest Management Plan. This measure is supported by our Arkansas Governor, Sarah Sanders, our Parks and Tourism leadership, our Game and Fish Commission, our local officials in the nearby counties, and our outdoor recreation leaders, including that Ozark Society who was so instrumental in the 1994 work. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and complete the good work started by my predecessor so long ago of Congressman Ed Bethune and initiated by President Reagan, signing the Arkansas Wilderness Act of 1984 into law. Today, we take this final step to complete Flatside Wilderness's original footprint and offer that wild beauty of the natural state for generations to come. For me, Flatside has provided 5 decades of peace that was promised in John Muir's great poem that goes like this. Climb the mountains and get their good tidings. Nature's peace will flow into you as sunshine flows into the trees. The winds will blow their freshness into you, and the storms their energy. And while cares will drop off like autumn leaves. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute the life of a dear friend and a remarkable public servant, Ambassador Boyden Gray. Boyden died on May 21st, 2023 at the age of 80. There was no finer gentleman, father, companion, or principled conservative advocate than the Honorable C. Boyden Gray. In his remembrance of Ambassador Gray at a June 7th service at Christ Church, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas described Boyden as calm and courageous, warm and humorous. It was my great pleasure to serve on the White House staff of President George H.W. Bush and witness Boyden's humor, courage, and principled leadership on a regular basis. President Bush was fortunate to have Boyden Gray as his White House counsel, his friend, and also his counsel during his years as vice president during the Reagan administration. Boyden was instrumental in advising the president on appointments and on landmark legislation, such as the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990 and the Americans for Disability Act. Gray went on to continue his public service as our U.S. ambassador to the European Union from 2006 to 2007. Boyden was also a longtime attorney and conservative constitutional advocate in private practice in Washington, D.C. In his touching eulogy, Justice Thomas quoted Boyden's frequent statement that his daughter, Eliza, was the best thing I've ever done. That was in full evidence as Eliza gave a beautiful tribute to her dad. Her dedication and love, and his for her, was in full evidence. Martha and I send our hugs to Eliza, her husband Nick, and their children Jane and Wyatt. The world is a less interesting place with the loss of our friend Boyden Gray. I have no doubt that he is suggesting many structural regulatory reforms in heaven as we speak. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight an incredible achievement from the high school students at North Little Rock High School who finished in first place in the SIFMA Foundation 20th Annual Capitol Hill Challenge. Now, this is the security industry's nationwide contest. We used to call it the stock market game many years ago. But thousands of teams from all 50 states compete in this 4-month financial education program where student teams invest a hypothetical $100,000 and learn the value and function of our capital markets, investing fundamentals through an integrated, comprehensive curriculum. Additionally, these students learn how to think critically and collaborate with their peers, which in turn improve their own personal decision-making and financial literacy. The Capitol Hill Challenge allows for thousands of students across the country, particularly at underprivileged schools, to have access to exceptional financial education programming, and for those who might not even have an opportunity to learn these important skills. These students, as well as others whose schools finish in the top 10, recently traveled to Washington, D.C. and got to meet with their congressmen and their senators. I congratulate the hardworking students at North Little Rock High School for this great achievement of being tops in financial literacy and in this contest. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Colonel Angela Ochoa for her distinguished service as the 19th Airlift Wing Commander at Little Rock Air Force Base. Colonel Ochoa commissioned in 2001, and throughout her career she has flown in Operation Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, Resolute Support, Freedom Sentinel, and Violent Shogun. Colonel Ochoa has spent the last 2 years dedicated to the C-130 airlift community, ensuring that the 19th Wing is mission ready for global support. Through her efforts, she's left a positive impact on more than the 10,000 personnel and families that travel in and out of Little Rock Air Force Base every day. In addition to her focus on combat readiness of our airlift capacity, Colonel Ochoa continued to vitally support the Central Arkansas community through an introduction of the Department of Defense Starbase program, which provides STEM-focused education opportunities for children in the area. She's also made immeasurable contributions to our community through the Honorary Commander program. I wish Colonel Ochoa continued success as she comes here to Metro Washington, D.C., and takes command of the 89th Airlift Wing at Joint Base Andrews. Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge that this month, June, our great state of Arkansas celebrates 187 years of statehood. Arkansas's rich history has shaped the vibrant and growing communities across our state today. I'm especially grateful for the opportunity to stand before you and celebrate this heritage, progress, and the possibilities ahead for our citizens. Arkansas's heritage is evident across our state, in museums, historic sites, but also in the individual stories of people across our state, their own stories, their own generations of calling Arkansas home. Throughout our history, Arkansas has consistently lived up to its nickname, the natural state. Families across our country visit our state parks, our historic sites, and other great outdoor recreational experiences from the Ozark Mountains to the Mississippi Delta. Besides the outdoors, Arkansans of all ages take advantage of opportunities in our state, from art to sports to business and technology. I'm proud to support business investment in Arkansas and our young people as they learn more about what it means to call Arkansas home. For all these reasons and more, I'm confident that Arkansas has a bright future ahead. Today and every day, I'm proud to represent the many Central Arkansans that make our state great. Happy birthday, Arkansas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Susan Ramsey, the recipient of the Ag in the Classroom Outstanding Teacher of the Year Award from the Arkansas Farm Bureau. Ms. Ramsey teaches language arts in Pangburn, and she leads a garden class on Fridays for 3rd and 4th graders, providing them new and engaging experiences in and around our food system and agriculture. Pangburn High School's agriculture teacher, Brian Harris, who nominated Ms. Ramsey for the award, praised her garden program because it provides students these important experiences at such a good young age. Ms. Ramsey has undeniably made a positive impact on her students, providing them the tools they need for future success. Programs like these benefit students and their families across our state. This recognition is well-deserved, and as our state's nominee, she will represent Arkansas well at the National Ag in the Classroom Conference coming up. Thank you, Ms. Ramsey, for your dedication to your students. Mr. Speaker, I rise today and congratulate my friend Dr. Gary B. Arnold for his outstanding work as head of school at Little Rock Christian Academy. After 16 years at Little Rock Christian, Dr. Arnold's legacy will not be forgotten. From expanding the campus, building modern athletic facilities, and improving the art and science programs, Dr. Arnold improved student life over his tenure immensely. Not only did Dr. Arnold lead his students, but he was a mentor to many other heads of school across the nation. Dr. Arnold took many positions of leadership for national organizations, promoting high standards and the growth of independent Christian education. Through his devotion to spreading the faith and serving in the name of Jesus, Dr. Arnold's leadership creates a long-lasting positive impact. I congratulate Dr. Arnold on his amazing work at Little Rock Christian and look forward to his continued leadership across our great country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Allie Thomas on representing Arkansas in the 2023 National History Day competition. The National History Day is a high school competition whereby students can present historical research projects through websites, documentaries, or even performances. Each year, nearly 500,000 students across our great country participate in History Day. The topic for this year's competition was Frontiers in History: People, Places, Ideas. The students' topics range from the history of science to politics and the military. Allie was one of only 3,000 students selected to participate in the National History Day competition at the University of Maryland just this past week. To advance to the national competition, Allie's project was named a top 2 project in her category and division. I'm so proud of Allie, her hard work, and we are honored you represented our great state of Arkansas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Arkansas Children's Hospital for being featured in the most recent U.S. News & World Report list of best children's hospitals. Arkansas Children's Hospital received a top 50 ranking in 7 medical specialties for pediatric hospitals across the United States, and it was also ranked in the top 10 pediatric hospitals for the Southeast region. This recognition is well-deserved. Arkansas Children's provides critical and incredibly valuable services to our children and their families across our state and the surrounding region. This kind of comprehensive care is necessary so that kids and their families in our state can reach their full potential and have access to the absolute best care possible for every kind of complication that life can bring. Providing these important services at such a high caliber requires a committed and talented team. The staff at Arkansas Children's Hospital certainly reflects these values. As a former hospital director there and now a member of Congress, I'm always proud to highlight their quality pediatric care in our state and glad that the exceptional performance of Arkansas Children's Hospital is being recognized at a national level. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Jimmy Moses, who was recently honored for his work in downtown Little Rock for Little Rock's successful growth, redevelopment, and preservation over his many decades of leadership. Mr. Moses was featured in Block, Street, and Building magazine as a true difference maker, and I can certainly assure you, Mr. Speaker, that is understated. His family has exemplified values that make our state great for generations. They've not only benefited from their deep roots in Little Rock, but they've used those talents and love for the area to give back. And Jimmy Moses is absolutely continuing that longtime Moses family tradition. Mr. Moses has worked in urban development and planning for years. He's worked on projects to restore historic buildings and facilitate creative development as our vital central business district of Little Rock has grown and changed over the past 40 years. Mr. Moses also serves as one of the founders of Moses Tucker Partners, a prominent real estate development firm in Little Rock. His background, skills, and passion demonstrate why he's so deserving of this important recognition. I'm proud to recognize him as a visionary that's been so clearly dedicated to making our hometown a better place. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Earl Smith, who celebrated his 100th birthday on June 10th. Mr. Smith, an Arkansas native, is a World War II veteran. Drafted at 19, he served in the Army and in the Army Chemical Corps. He was also part of the Rhineland Campaign and the Northern France Campaign and was awarded 2 Bronze Stars and a Good Conduct Medal. Earl was married to his wife Eloise for 57 years. Together they had 2 children, 4 grandchildren, 8 grandchildren, and 1 great-great-grandchild. Earl is still an active member of the community, and he makes sure to attend all his grandchildren's events and holds the longest membership in Lifeline Baptist Church. He also is the oldest member of the Little Rock VFW Post, 95. When asked about this remarkable birthday, he said, "I had no idea I would live this long. I just get up every morning, and when I wake up, I thank the good Lord for another day." I thank Mr. Earl for his service to our beloved nation and congratulate him for his 100th birthday. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dave Peresco. Mr. Peresco is a longtime veteran serving our nation in the Vietnam War. Continuing his service to our country, Mr. Peresco began working for the U.S. Postal Service in Little Rock in 1973. During that work, Mr. Peresco was no stranger to any of our community members. His lively and kindred spirit spread throughout our community, leaving a positive impact on everyone he came across. Completing over 45 years of service with the Post Office, Mr. Peresco retired from the Post Office just a few years ago in 2019. This very committed Kansas City Chiefs superfan brightened the city of Little Rock every day the way he touched people and cared for them in his public service. And we salute him in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy, of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the time, the opportunity to share some of my thoughts, my views about crucial issues, to share them not only with my colleagues here in Congress, but also with the people of our great country. And still I rise today to talk about Juneteenth. I believe Juneteenth is a very special time in the history of our country. And I'd like to say a few words about Juneteenth, but I'd also like to talk about Slavery Remembrance Day. So for those of you who are tuning in, please know that I will speak about Juneteenth, I will speak about Slavery Remembrance Day, but I'll also speak about a day that occurred before Juneteenth. As you know, President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st of 1863. But prior to signing the Emancipation Proclamation, President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Act of 1862. April 16, 1862, the date it was signed. And this is an important piece of legislation because the Emancipation Act impacted Washington, D.C. The Emancipation Act. The Emancipation Act would accord compensation for slaves that were freed, human beings held in bondage, human beings that had been kidnapped likely, or they may have been born into slavery. Some people were born into slavery, lived their entire lives, and died as slaves. But human beings, the genesis of which was persons who were kidnapped from the continent of Africa for our purposes today as we talk about slavery here in the United States, kidnapped, brought to this country, sold, forced to work, forced to be separated from their families, children sold at the auction block, went to one plantation, mother and father to another. This is what slavery was about: kidnapping, rape, murder. These are true words, words that we don't like to hear because in this country we have reviled the enslaved and revered the enslavers. But let's go back to the Emancipation Act of 1862, which impacted Washington, D.C., as I indicated. This act was to free slaves. It would free them. And it brought with it compensation. One would ordinarily believe, a reasonable and prudent person would believe that the compensation would be accorded the slave, the person who had been working at the mercy of a person known as a master. Slaves had masters. And this act, one would assume, would compensate the slave upon the slave being freed. Not so, my dear friends, not so. The Emancipation Act of 1862 compensated the master. The person who owned the slave received compensation for allowing a person to have the liberty that God has accorded all of his children. Some have been denied the liberty, but it was a birthright for every person ever born, the right to be free. This act of trying as best as he could, President Lincoln, to free slaves, accorded persons who owned them approximately $300. $300. But before the $300 was presented, as it were, there was a slave owner who came and actually appraised slaves. They were considered chattels, property. They were appraised, and owners received this compensation. Sort of like compensating the kidnapper who kidnaps a person, compensating this person for the act of kidnapping. Release the person you kidnapped and you can receive compensation. The bank robber, bringing the ill-gotten gains back to the bank and being rewarded for bringing the ill-gotten gains back after having robbed the bank. Similar to this, only more horrific, of course, because we're talking about human beings. So we have this situation where persons who were enslaved in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, enslaved right here in Washington, D.C., when they were released, they received the opportunity to fend for themselves. They were released to the winds and the rains and the weather and elements, not given any compensation for their labor, for the crime against humanity. Slavery was one of the greatest crimes ever committed against humanity. Committed for centuries, I might add. It's a crime against humanity that has never been properly addressed. Even to this day, people don't want to hear this message. There are people who literally cannot tolerate hearing the message because they have been indoctrinated to believe that the enslaved people somehow were wrong and the enslavers were heroes. Well, this didn't work so well. Emancipation for consideration to be accorded the enslavers didn't work so well. Hence, we find that President Lincoln did, in fact, issue the Emancipation Proclamation, which was issued to free the enslaved persons who were a part of the states that left the Union. They were said to have been given their freedom, but that didn't work too well for the people who were enslaved, because in states like Texas, the enslavers didn't really honor the Emancipation Proclamation. There are some who say, well, they didn't know. Well, they did. But in Texas, they chose not to honor it. And some more than 2 years and a half later, General Gordon Granger came to Galveston, Texas, to inform the people of Texas that the persons that were being held, and this was after the end of the Civil War, I might add, the persons that were being held, to inform them that they had been liberated and to tell the holders, the masters, the enslavers, that these human beings had to be released. But General Gordon Granger was an intelligent man. He did not come by himself. He had the good sense to know that the people of Texas were not likely to find his words with favor, that they were not likely to see and look upon what he was about to do with favor. So General Gordon Granger, understanding that Texans spoke a specific kind of language, and as a result of understanding Texas speak, General Gordon Granger concluded that he would bring some translators with him, persons who would be understood by Texans. Well, I say persons. They weren't really persons, but these were instrumentalities, if you will, that Texans would understand. So he brought with him the Colts. He brought with him the Smiths and Wessons and the Winchesters. They spoke a language that Texans understood. But before General Gordon Granger arrived, a wonderful thing occurred. It is said about a week before he arrived, they sent in the 25th Corps. The 25th Corps consisted of about 1,000 or more persons, and there was a 25th Corps that came in and ran the rebels out of Galveston, chased them to the border of the country, the boundaries, chased them all the way to Mexico. It was the 25th Corps that paved the way for General Gordon Granger to come into Texas and to issue his General Order Number 3. But here's what history doesn't say enough about. The 25th Corps consisted of black men. Somehow we don't choose to celebrate and these black men who actually were the liberators, who came in before General Gordon Granger, came into Texas, fought fiercely to liberate the black people in Texas. General Gordon Granger appeared with his General Order Number 3, accompanied by a lot of firepower, about 2,000 military personnel with him. And as a result, slaves in Texas were free to work for their masters. Imagine that. Person that has held you in slavery now becomes your boss, your employer is the way it was stated, but your boss, your employer. Your slave master is now your employer. Well, that didn't work well for the enslaved persons. This was followed with a series of laws that caused black people to have to serve time and become slaves by another name. Convict leasing is what it was called. Because we had these black codes, these laws that would require persons to work, and if you didn't work, you could be arrested, and then you could be leased to a plantation owner. In Houston, Texas, just outside, actually, in a sugar land, there's a grave with about 95 common bodies having been buried in it, called the Sugar Land 95. These persons served as slaves under a different title. But the point is, we had the Emancipation Proclamation. We had the enforcement of it by virtue of General Gordon Granger coming into Galveston, Texas. And then we had other circumstances that were unpleasant for people of color. All of these things are things that we should take note of. I think we should actually celebrate the persons who came in the 25th. I plan to introduce a resolution. To honor these persons, the 25th Corps. Plan to introduce legislation so that they can be properly honored. Now, I know that there are people who hear me say these things, and sometimes they decide that, well, I think I'll do it first. Well, go ahead. I'll still have the original. It is something that we ought to do to celebrate Juneteenth, but also to commemorate the lives of the persons that suffered under slavery, commemorate them and celebrate on Juneteenth. But quite frankly, I believe we ought to do that, and I am going to do it. I've supported Juneteenth. I've supported Al Edwards, who's the father of Juneteenth. Al Edwards, a state representative out of Houston, the father of Juneteenth. He was the person who, as a freshman state representative in Texas, managed to get the impossible done. The impossible. We're talking about Texas now. He managed to get Texans in the state legislature, that would be the House and the Senate, and the governor to sign a law causing Juneteenth to become a holiday in the state of Texas. It's a miracle. Al Edwards, Juneteenth. He managed to get it to become the first in the entire country, the first state in the entire country to recognize Juneteenth, June 19th, as a holiday. Al Edwards, the father of Juneteenth. Unfortunately, not a lot has been said about Al being the father of Juneteenth, but I'll be filing a resolution in this House honoring him as the father of Juneteenth. We ought to do these things. We ought to tell the truth. This is history. And obviously, a person who is the very first to file a piece of legislation that becomes law, that eventually permeates and becomes the law in other states, and now in the United States. But it was Al Edwards. He's the father of Juneteenth. So I'll be filing that resolution as well, and other legislation. I seem to have become the person whose mission in life it is to right these wrongs. And I plan to do it with my colleagues, many of whom will support what we're trying to do. I thank them, all of them who sign on to these pieces of legislation. So we have Juneteenth to celebrate the lives of those who were freed and commemorate the day and those who didn't get the opportunity to be liberated. Because you see, liberating those who were still alive is a wonderful thing to do. But we still really and truly must commemorate the lives of those who were not alive on June 19th, 1865. Their lives have to be remembered and respected. In this country, we have days of remembrance. We have a day of remembrance for 9/11, a day of remembrance for the bombing of Pearl Harbor, a Holocaust Remembrance Day, and this House, in just last year, passed a Remembrance Day for slavery, Slavery Remembrance Day. And it was done by this House of Representatives, and I must tell you, Mr. Steny Hoyer, I will never forget, nor will I let others forget the role that he played. It was Mr. Hoyer that assisted me, or perhaps I ended up assisting him. It was my legislation, but legislation that Mr. Hoyer helped get through this House. He took, as it were, the proverbial bull by the horns, and he helped this congressperson pass this legislation. So, Mr. Hoyer, wherever you are, I thank you and want you to know that at some point we would like to honor you for what you did to make real Slavery Remembrance Day in the House of Representatives. The bill did not pass the Senate, but Ms. Warren, the senator, Senator Warren, had legislation in the Senate to honor the enslaved people. It was to commemorate their lives as well. So Slavery Remembrance Day passed the House. And on August the 20th of last year, we actually commemorated, because Slavery Remembrance Day deals with solemnity and commemoration, not celebration. We celebrate on Juneteenth and commemorate, but Slavery Remembrance Day is for commemoration, not celebration, because we want to commemorate the lives that were lost to slavery, the lives of people who were born into slavery, lived their lives as slaves, many of them, and died as slaves. I heard somebody repeat that just recently. It's a wonderful thing to hear people repeat that. One of my colleagues did, and I appreciated hearing that being repeated. But Slavery Remembrance Day is about solemnity, and there's a ceremony that we have reminding us that we must always remember. This ceremony requires that a person talk about the various things that occurred, and at some point would say we must, and those who are in attendance would say always remember, because we must always remember. Slavery Remembrance Day, August 20th of last year, the first, we had over 1,000 people to show up on short notice. We plan to have it again in Houston, Texas, and in other places as well. Slavery Remembrance Day, a day for us to commemorate the lives of those who were enslaved in this country for centuries, I might add, centuries. It wasn't just some short period of time. I think many people assume that slavery occurred for maybe a few months or a few years, perhaps a decade, maybe several decades, but no, my dear friends, it was centuries, centuries that our country, the country that I love, the country where I say the Pledge of Allegiance, the country where I sing the national anthem, it was in this country, my country, that we enslaved people for centuries. But it's also in this country, my country, where we decline to this day to respect the people who were enslaved. We respect the enslavers. We've named schools after the enslavers, Lehighs across the country. We respect the enslavers. We name military bases after them. Bragg, Braxton Bragg. We name bases after them, schools after them, but not the enslaved. Somehow there seems to be this belief that the enslaved persons must have been wrong in some way. What was their wrong? What did they do to cause this country to demean them to this day? I stand here in the House of Representatives of the Congress of the United States of America to say that this country has got to respect the lives of those that were sacrificed so that it could have the riches that it has today. The economic foundation that we stand on today was put in place by enslaved people. They were the economic foundational mothers and fathers of this country, and they ought to be at least respected. At minimum, they should be respected. They ought to be respected to the same extent that we have respected the enslavers. Because in 1956, this is the conscience agenda, in 1956, the Congress of the United States of America, I have the second item on the conscience agenda. In 1956, the Congress of the United States of America honored Confederate soldiers with a Congressional Gold Medal. A Congressional Gold Medal for the enslavers. A Congressional Gold Medal for the persons who fought to keep persons in bondage, and disrespect for the enslaved. No dignity accorded them. As a matter of fact, in Texas, there was a movement afoot to call slavery, to rename it, to style it as involuntary relocation. Involuntary relocation, theft of human beings, kidnapping, rape, murder, involuntary relocation. Let's just sanitize it rather than show persons the dignity and respect that they have earned by virtue of the suffering and the pain that we inflicted upon them so that this country could become the great nation that it is. How sad it is to know that members of this House refuse to this day to show them the dignity and respect that human beings deserve after having been enslaved for centuries. The House is a symbol of national shame, just as the Richard Russell Office Building is, by the way. I'll say more about that perhaps in a moment or two, but we are a symbol of national shame. And if anybody thinks that I'm going to cease to say this, you are entirely wrong, because it's the truth. We ought to do for the enslaved persons what we did for the Confederate soldiers in 1956. We ought to accord a Congressional Gold Medal to them. We should, but we won't. We won't. We have the power to do it. We did it for the Confederate soldiers. But we lack something else that we don't have to do it. The integrity. It takes integrity to do this. Don't have the integrity to do it. By the way, this circumstance is not something that is unknown to members, because I have circulated the request for the dear colleague, the request for persons to sign on and help us acquire the signatures necessary to accord the enslaved persons who built the country, planted the seeds, harvested the crops, fed the nation, the enslaved persons, accord them a Congressional Gold Medal. My colleagues are aware. So it's nothing new that I'm saying. But it takes integrity. It takes integrity. It takes being a person of goodwill to do this. Sad to say, we cannot get 290 persons of goodwill. 290 people. All you have to do is sign a piece of paper, and we can then move forward with the process to present a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved people. Sign your name. That's all. Not going to happen. Hasn't happened so far. I don't mean to sound pessimistic, I'm just realistic. Not happening. I hope that there will be a change in the hearts of members so that we can do this. I pray for a change in the hearts. Hasn't happened so far. It takes a person with integrity, a person of goodwill, a person who understands the wrong that has to be corrected, that has to be righted. And we can do it. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to do again for the enslaved persons what we did in 1956 for the enslavers. We have shown that we revere the enslavers and revile the enslaved. We don't consider them heroes. I was at the Museum of the Bible just recently with a dear friend here, name I shall not mention, need not mention, and shall not. But we were at the Museum of the Bible, located just a stone's throw if you've got a really strong arm, but near here, it's about a mile or two away at most. And there in the Museum of the Bible, on the wall, they had this huge painting of what were called liberators. And there was the word liberators under the picture, the painting. And they showed liberators. One of the liberators was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, I think he qualifies as a liberator. But here's something that will offend a lot of my colleagues. It will offend a lot of my colleagues to know that one of the liberators at the Museum of the Bible was John Brown. You see, we've been taught in this country that John Brown was a murderer. John Brown was a liberator. People were enslaved. John Brown sought and fought to liberate people from slavery. A liberator. We revere the enslavers who murdered, killed, kidnapped, raped. We revere them. We pay tribute to them. But to the persons who were the victims of the kidnapping, murder, rape, we revile them. And anybody that tried to help them. John Brown was a liberator. This is over at the Museum of the Bible. I beg that you would go over there, dear brothers and sisters. One race, that's the human race. We're all related. I love you. But you've got to be told the truth. Go to the museum and see it for yourself. Nat Turner was a liberator. Liberators. Go over and view this for yourselves. Nat Turner's name was not among those. I don't want to mislead you, but he was a liberator as well. The point is, we have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to ourselves, members, to do justice, to demonstrate that, yes, we've come a long way and we're going to go the rest of the way. Yes, we have a Juneteenth. We need a Slavery Remembrance Day that's been acknowledged by the Senate, signed into law by the President. This House has already taken one step. We need that. But we also need to accord dignity and respect to the enslaved people. And you do that. And one way of doing it with this is with the Congressional Gold Medal to them, just as we've done it for the enslavers. I am of the opinion that we in this House, I know we can do it, but it hasn't happened, and I've indicated to you that it probably won't. But I'm going to keep hope alive. I'll be back to remind us again and again and again. I don't know that the reminder is sufficient. I'm going to use prayer, and we'll find out if we have 290 people in this house who have the courage and the heart to just sign their names so that we can do for the enslaved what we did for the enslavers. Dear friends, I love the words of Maya Angelou. She indicates in these words, perhaps I might not quote her exactly, but she indicates bringing the gifts my ancestors gave, bringing the gift my ancestors gave. I am the dream and hope of the slave. The dream and hope of the slave. I stand here in the Congress of the United States of America knowing that somebody, some centuries ago, prayed for a day when they would receive the dignity and respect God accords all human beings as a birthright. Dignity and respect of liberty and justice for all, as we have placed in our Pledge of Allegiance. Dignity and respect, that's all. That's all we're indicating we should have, dignity and respect. Now, as I bring this to a close, dignity and respect would also require that the name of Richard Russell, dear friends, was a man who fought anti-lynching legislation, fought civil rights legislation, co-authored the Southern Manifesto. Richard Russell was a white supremacist, self-proclaimed. Richard Russell said this is a white man's country. And by the way, there's some Richard Russells alive today, by the way. He wasn't the last Richard Russell. But this Richard Russell said this is a white man's country, and he wanted to keep it that way. It's Richard Russell. Now, this Richard Russell has his name on a building, the Senate Russell Office Building. Richard Russell, the white racist. His name is on a building. Is it asking too much to remove Richard Russell's name from the building? We haven't named any buildings John Brown or Nat Turner. And by the way, I'm not asking that this building be named John Brown or Nat Turner, but we haven't done it. No taxpayer dollars go toward a building being named John Brown. But we have a building named in honor of Richard Russell, a white supremacist. I don't think tax dollars ought to support a building that honors a white supremacist. The Senate is a place of shame. The building is a symbol of national shame. Senators can change this. Senators can change this almost overnight. All they have to do is remove his name. The Senate has the power. The Senate has the authority to take Richard Russell's name off of the Russell Senate Office Building. They haven't done it. They tell me some that, well, if we did it, we'd have to have another name, and we can't agree on a name. So we keep the name of the bigot on the building because we don't have another name. By the way, I haven't said name it Martin Luther King. I haven't said name it Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman. I haven't said name it John Brown, Nat Turner. Here's what I've said. I've said remove his name and let the name become what it was before it was the Russell Senate Office Building. It was called the old Senate Office Building. Revert back to the old Senate Office Building and take as much time as you like to develop a process, if you like, and then a name, or a name that is suitable for the building. But the excuse of, we can't take it off because we can't agree on a name, that's shameful. And every senator over there ought to be ashamed. I don't go in the Richard Russell Office Building. I'm a one-person protest. I'm not going to demean myself. I have enough respect and dignity for myself not to go into a building named in honor of a racist and a bigot. I'm not going to do it. And those who do it, well, it's your choice. But if you don't have to, you're disrespecting yourself. I have written a letter to various organizations. I was invited to come and speak over in the building for various reasons. And I've written a letter I'm sending it to all of the human rights, civil rights organizations, letting them know that I'm a one-person protest and I won't be going into the Senate Russell Office Building, except to protest. There is an exception. I will go in to protest. And I will be going into protest, so I'm giving everybody fair notice. There will be protestation at the Russell Office Building. I won't say when, but I will be going to protest. But I'm hopeful that we can take the name of Richard Russell off of the Senate Office Building, paid for with tax dollars. Easy to do, but difficult if you don't have the courage, if you don't have the integrity, and if you don't have the heart to do what's right. Now, here's what I suspect will happen at some point. At some point, my brothers and sisters in the Senate will find a way to do this and ignore the fact that I have been standing in this House appealing to them to do it. Because you see, people are written out of history who make these kinds of demands. Written out of history, because it can never be said that a person of African ancestry had the courage to do this and then it was done. Well, that would mean then that there are other things that people of color might have the courage to do to get done in a similar fashion. So they'll find a clever way to get it done, and the name will change, and we'll just go on as though none of this ever happened. But I just pray that the record will show that someone came to this well and stood for justice. Just as we like to record the history of all of the things that other people do, let it be known that at least one person came here and asked that we take that name off of that building. It will happen. It's just a matter of time. At some point, there'll be people who are going to coalesce around this, and the Senate will have to do it. It's shameful that they haven't done it, but they'll have to do it. And at some point, there will be, maybe not while I'm here, but this Congress is going to award a Congressional Gold Medal to those persons who suffered slavery. The Congress will do it, but they have to find a way to do it so that it doesn't look like they were forced to do it, that they were forced by a person, a black man who had the courage to come and stand in the well and say, this is something that we must do. They can't let it seem as though this person did this. So they'll find a way to do these things, and it will be as though none of this ever happened. But you know what? The good news is that it will happen. Maybe not in time for me to see it, but it will happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time. I am proud to say that I love my country, Mr. Speaker, in spite of the way my country has behaved. I still love it. It's sort of like a mother or father loving children. Sometimes children don't behave properly, but you don't cease to love them. You want to correct them. So I come here to correct my country and help us to do the right thing. Actually, more important than that, Mr. Speaker, to do the righteous thing. To do the righteous thing. I love my country, and I pray that my country will do the righteous thing. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time, and I'm proud to yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I do ask that the House adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Tuesday, June 27th, 2023.